Credits are typing: Faye Milton. Editing: Mandy Shanara. Cover design: Fareed Jamal. Penman Books Office Number 303, Kumar House Building, D Block, Central Market, opposite PVR Cinema, Prashant Vihar, Delhi 110085, India. Website: www.penmanbooks.com. Email: publish@penmanbooks.com. Published by Penman Books 2020. Copyright Don Milton 2020. All rights reserved. Title: Living from the Inside Out. Price: $13.95. ISBN 978-93-90156-252. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form whatsoever, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any informational storage or retrieval system without the expressed written, dated and signed permission from the author. The material error-free after the consent of the author. However, the author and the publisher do not assume and hereby disclaim any liability to any party for any loss, damage, or disruption caused by the errors or omissions, whether such errors or omissions result from negligence, accident, or any other cause. Each of the contributing authors is solely responsible for the narrative of their life story. Limits of liability. Disclaimer of warranty. The author and publisher of this book have used their best efforts in preparing this material. The author and publisher make no representation or warranties with respect to the accuracy, applicability, or completeness of the contents. They disclaim any warranties, expressed or implied, or merchantability for any particular purpose. The author and publisher shall in no event be held liable for any loss or other damages, including but not limited to special, incidental, consequential, or other damages. The information presented in this publication is compiled from sources believed to be accurate. However, both the publisher and author assume no responsibility for errors or omissions. The information in this publication is not intended to replace or substitute professional advice. The strategies outlined in this book may not be suitable for every individual and are not meant to provide individualized advice or recommendations. The advice and strategies found within may not be suitable for every situation. This work is sold with the understanding that neither the author nor the publisher are held responsible for the results accrued from the advice in this book. All disputes are subject to Delhi jurisdiction only. Dedication. T. His book is dedicated to my wife, Faye, who is truly an awesome life partner and who patiently assisted in getting this book into written form. Also to my sons, George and John Milton, who are each making significant positive changes in the world in their own ways. And to everyone seeking truth and a more effective way to live in the world regardless of external circumstances. Contents: Forward, X Preface, She Testimonials, XVII Iodine Monofluoride by Rudyard Kipling, XXI Introduction, XXIII Chapter 1. Our Soul's Growth 1. Chapter 2. Beliefs Based on Truth 25. Chapter 3. Congruence 41. Chapter 4. Meditation 53. Chapter 5. Journaling 67. Chapter 6. Reading 73. Chapter 7. My 4 Basic Techniques 83. Summary 111. Epilogue 113. 12-Week Life Transformational Program 117. Resources 135. Book List 137. Forward. B. E4. A mutual friend referred Don to me to edit this book. We each had no idea the other existed. However, within just a few minutes of talking, we quickly learned we have much in common. We were both born into Arab-American families in Birmingham, Alabama, he to Lebanese, I to Palestinians. We were both raised Catholic and came to realize in our college years that the religion was no longer serving us. And we both, each through our own series of hardships, came to work in the life coaching, self-improvement sphere. Don is an emotional freedom coach, and a year out of college I accepted a job working for Marie Forleo, a leader in the life coaching and business education world. We even discovered that one of Don's friends is one of my many Palestinian aunties. But perhaps what I was most heartened to learn that Don and I have in common is our belief that vulnerability and emotional openness is the only way to connect deeply with others and know your truest self. Don and I are separated by a 45-year age difference, and part of why his heart-centeredness endeared me to him is that he's so unlike most of the men I've known from his generation. I have XLIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. One grandfather who's more likely to grunt than to say, "I love you too," upon leaving a family gathering, and another grandfather who would say he loves me, but the words rang hollow when he failed to address, or even acknowledge, the pain his hurtful words and actions caused. Despite knowing both my grandfathers the whole of my 30 years, I feel I hardly know them at all. It's not for my lack of trying, but rather their lack of vulnerability. And by being vulnerable myself, I've experienced Don's work firsthand. When Don first told me about matrix reimprinting, which you'll hear more about in this book, it sounded too good to be true. I thought there was no way someone could take the pain out of the recurring traumatic memories from my childhood, especially after 3 years of going to a licensed therapist who hadn't figured out the best way to help me with the pervasive, intrusive memories. But after having some of these vivid, recurring memories for over half my life, I decided to give it a try and let Don work his magic. I was nervous, but Don gently led me through a series of exercises to calm me down before doing the matrix reimprinting. Within minutes, I was in tears and I felt lighter than I have in over a decade. I felt free of the past and the pain it has continued to bring me over the years. Since the session, the memory still pops up unannounced, but the difference is that when the memory came unbidden before, it immediately brought the feelings of fear and shame with it, all the swirl of emotions that made the memory traumatic. However, after working with Don, every time the memory has popped up since, the trauma isn't what I remember. I first think of the comforting image of my present she day self talking to my younger self and telling her what she needs to hear at that moment. Don was able to take a traumatic memory that plagued me and turn it into a comforting image that I now cherish. A memory that once made me shudder now feels empowering. I don't mind when the memory pops up now because I'm able to see the situation in a whole new light. While I didn't forget what actually happened all those years ago, I no longer feel the pain of the memory. The peace he's given me is priceless. Throughout his book, Don talks about divine appointments, moments where the various threads in the plot of your life have woven together and you finally get a glimpse of what the tapestry of your life is supposed to look like. Divine appointments are events that are beyond unlikely, damn near impossible, and yet they worked out just so. Just the way they were supposed to. I believe our mutual friend, Audrey, connecting me and Don was a divine appointment. What began as a client relationship quickly became a friendship. And though he came to me for my expertise in editing his manuscript, it is I who have learned much from him. There are many pieces of wisdom to take away from this book, though if nothing else permeates, let Don's example of vulnerability inspire you. Though it may be scary to open up to people, those you know well and those you don't, every relationship you have and your every interhuman connection will be better because of it. Even the ones you least expect. Mandy Shannara, writer, editor, and book blogger at mandyshannara.com and offthebeatenshelf.com. Preface. L. Ove has no geographical boundaries. It does not recognize any religion and it is not restricted by age. One such story of love is my relationship with Don. I got introduced to Don 4 years ago through our mutual friend Ravi Chabra, who also lives in Alabama. Ravi was introduced to me by someone who met me by chance, here in India. I have a strong belief that anything which comes to you with such synchronicity has to be valued. While sharing this belief with Ravi, he suggested I meet his friend, Don, because we have much in common. I agreed, and as in Don's words, the divine appointment began manifesting. I was in the process of founding an organization which would help people connect with their own true self. From the beginning, Don was always interested in my progress. It took us 4 years to be where we are today as an organization, and Don was there every step of the way. He is a friend who is not only candid about his views, but brutally honest. He lives his life from the inside out, and you feel it when you spend time with him. His mind is always eager to receive knowledge and his heart is always full of love to give. That is his journey from his head to his heart, or you may say, From Knowledge to Love. XIVLIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. This book is a reflection of his transformational journey. A journey of a man who ventures from religious advocate to agnostic to spiritual seeker, from broken to healed, and from a help-seeking man to a help-giving man. Inspired by the Rudyard Kipling poem, If, which he first read at age 15, Don never took anything at face value. He challenged the religious and social belief systems he was exposed to from an early age. He experienced a broken marriage, serious health issues, financial disaster, and an almost fatal accident which crippled him for about a year. He was emotionally, mentally, and physically broken and survived, but his fourth realm, his spiritual realm, was yet to be tested. He surrendered himself to fate and met his angel, Albert. Trust started to build, leading to a confidence within him. This confidence was his spiritual awakening, and the real journey began. Being in his spiritual realm, Don started to take control of his external circumstances. Instead of reacting to events, he started responding from his heart. After overcoming many hardships and reaching a measure of success in his real estate business, he decided to leave the material world behind and follow his inner calling to help people. How many people, after going through such bad times, would easily give away their good fortune for their inner calling? As he started giving away what he had, he put his heart energy in all he did. In the process, he learned some techniques which acted as a conveyance in moving from his head to his heart. In this book, Don has honestly shared his story and how each of his acquired techniques has played their roles in his spiritual awakening and wellness. He writes about how our belief system controls our thoughts, feelings, and subsequently our actions, and PRFAC-EXV. Behavior. Just how important are our thoughts and feelings? How can they be managed well? Simple techniques of meditation, journaling, and reading can bring congruence to your life. He discusses his 4 basic techniques which he used on himself to great success and which he now uses with his clients to give them their desired results. Emotional Freedom Technique, Matrix Reimprinting, Tapa's Acupressure Technique, and Byron Katie's The Work. Don's story and the lessons he learned will be an inspiration to everyone who reads it. I urge you not only to read it but to also practice these very simple yet powerful techniques. May your journey from head to heart begin now. With love and well wishes, Akil Sharma, AC, author and founder of Core Peelers, A Journey to Your Core, www.corepeelers.com. Testimonials. For more than 20 years, I fell into patterns of enabling and caretaking in relationships. With Don's help and the application of EFT and TFT, I have been able to examine those old, unhealthy patterns and not fall into the trap of further repeats with more loss. Also, through the use of these 2 therapies, I eliminated many of the old feelings of inadequacy, guilt, and depression. It has been very empowering and given me great insight for my own development and success in accomplishing my goals. Peggy. When I first heard about this method called EFT, I was skeptical. It seemed highly unlikely that doing some simple tapping exercises and repeating certain phrases could dissolve the emotional turmoil of a traumatic breakup of my marriage, intensified by the death of my mother. After discovering some very shocking and harsh truths. XVIILIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. About my husband, I felt my life unraveling and my confidence and beliefs shattered. I was looking for an instant balm to ease my pain, and yet knew that the prescription medications prescribed to me during this ordeal only served to mask and mute the pain. What I really wanted was to just somehow erase the traumatic images and thoughts in my mind, as in the bizarre cure depicted in the movie, The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I realized that erasing the memories of this relationship was not an option, nor was it a healthy solution to true healing, which is what I really sought. So, I made an appointment with Don to try EFT and was amazed to experience relief, going from a deep well of anguish to an objective observation of events, which allowed me to put everything in a healthier perspective. EFT allows you to play back painful events and watch them as an outside observer who is able to appreciate all of the positive images while noticing how those painful images and experiences play a part of a much bigger picture. It doesn't take away, for example, your love for someone who has died. It simply allows you to recall the sad images without feeling and storing those intense emotions in your mind and body in ways that can often lead to emotional, physical, or mental illness. Seeing things without the emotional heaviness got me out of the drama that keeps us so stuck, and this led me to consider doing deeper work for a more profound healing, not just emotional relief. Stephanie. When I traveled to America last year, I was still depressed from losing my wonderful husband 4 years earlier. I could not find much joy in life. Many things about this trip helped, but one of the most unusual and lasting experiences was the work with Don Milton. He did his EFT therapy with me to help me feel better about life without my husband. After 1 hour of work, I felt lighter, happier, and more peaceful inside, yet it is hard to explain. My sister and my friends said they could see the difference in me after the session. When I returned home 1 month later, my daughter told me I was a different person in a very good way. Things have continued to get better in my life, and I am so grateful. Crystal, Leblos, Germany. I had chronic tension in my back and neck and during the session. As we progressed, I felt the tension slowly leave with each step of the process. At the end of the session, all tension was gone. The whole process was totally organic. I felt a deep sense of peace and tranquility at the end. I also felt my heart chakra expand and open more, and had a strong sense of me being able to have a long-term, intimate, committed relationship. I also felt more accepting of myself, no matter what was going on in my life. This was very powerful for me. Cindy. If, by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about. Don't deal in lies, or being hated. Don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream, and not make dreams your master. If you can think, and not make thoughts your aim. If you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just as you can XXILIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose, and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Introduction. The toughest thing about getting older is that you have gained so much experience and wisdom over the years, but no one wants to hear about it. Abby Milton. My dad shared those words with me when he was about 65. At the time, I thought how sad that was for him. I remember him telling stories of the trials and tribulations he and our other family members lived through. 3 of my grandparents came to the U.S. from Lebanon and did not speak English. My grandfathers were both in World War I and lived through the Great Depression. My father and uncles fought in World War II. They lived through the turbulent times of being Catholic in a Southern Baptist stronghold, and the civil rights movement was played out in their backyard. My parents lived through the technical revolution, where even simple living became complicated. I love my dad, and he has been gone for about 13 years. Even now, I wish I had heard more of his stories. I wish I had asked more questions. I would love to have his thoughts and life story in writing. XXIVLIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. I turned 75 in April of 2020 and I, like my ancestors, have a lot of life experiences. I feel that putting these down in writing would be advantageous for me and perhaps others would find the wisdom I've acquired beneficial as well. I've always been a concept person. For example, once I learned and understood a mathematical concept, I didn't feel inclined to do dozens of problems. Remember when you were in high school and you'd learn how to do long division and then they'd assign you 15 problems to practice? Once you know how to do it, why do you have to do it 15 times? This was an issue my high school math teacher, Sister Dominica, and I constantly debated. In life, I find this is also true. There are concepts for living a happy, healthy life, and once you understand them, they are usable in all aspects of living. Unlike practicing math problems where you might do what's essentially the same problem over and over, in life you can practice concepts for healthy, happy living and, if you stick to it, you won't keep having the same problems again and again. As an emotional freedom coach since 2005, I have shared these healthy and happy living concepts with hundreds of clients. That's my goal with this book, to outline these concepts and show you how to use them so you can live your best, most fulfilling life. I'll share the tools and truths I've found valuable and that my clients have found most transformative. These concepts have shaped the life I've lived for the past 20 years and allowed me to have peace, joy, and love, regardless of external circumstances. And, as you'll soon learn, there were a lot of external circumstances I had to contend with. I imagine you have too. I grew up Catholic in a Lebanese community. At 14, I thought I wanted to be a priest. However, my mother convinced me to. I introduce CT on XXV. Go to high school and make a decision about seminary after graduation. Thank goodness. I ultimately decided to go to college and forget the seminary. Although being a priest wasn't for me, my desire to seek truth and find spiritual fulfillment remained. At 15, I was introduced to the poem, If, by Rudyard Kipling. It stuck with me because it seemed like every situation in life could be addressed by one or more lines in the poem. I decided then that I would live a life that incorporated these principles. Looking back, I could not have imagined just how profoundly I would see my own life unfold within the lines of this poem. As a kid, I was curious and asked questions about everything, except my religion. In college, I met people from different backgrounds, cultures, and religions, and they stretched my thinking and made me question my beliefs. Soon, I realized I couldn't be Catholic anymore, which raised a lot of questions and confusion in my heart and soul. I searched for answers from my priest, teachers, and parents, but no one had satisfying answers. They told me to pray about it, but that didn't work and only led me to question more. Instead, I threw myself into study. From the age of 18 to 21, I explored many belief systems to find one that I could accept. None of them resonated as truth with me. At 21, I thought, what do I believe? I recognized I was here and someday I would not be. I decided to live the best life I could and develop my own truths and beliefs along the way according to what I experienced. I lived as an agnostic until age 46. From college to that time, my world was about logic, ego, and what you could experience with your five senses. Mine was a purely physical world. I went through a series of hard knocks, financial disaster, suicidal thoughts, the XXVILIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Collapse of my marriage after 16 years and 2 children, and an accident where I was hit by an SUV as a pedestrian. All of these experiences caused feelings of inadequacy and failure in me. Still, I searched for answers. I read everything I could about science, spirituality, healing techniques, and more. Over the past 30 years, I have spent about $30,000 as a client of other coaches dealing with my own issues and another $70,000 studying healing modalities that allowed me to become a competent practitioner. Apart from the money, I have invested over 20,000 hours in this learning and growth process. Much of what I learned I might have ridiculed when I was younger, being always in my head, but I can't deny the truth of the deep in my soul healing I've experienced. This culminated in working with a life coach who brought me to a point where I experienced a spiritual awakening and felt the presence of a power higher than myself. Here is where my life shifted. I went from an egocentric and logic-driven person to becoming a heart-centered person. Mine wasn't your typical spiritual awakening because it wasn't rooted in any one denomination or even a particular religion. I didn't suddenly run back into the arms of Catholicism. Instead, my spiritual awakening gave me an entirely different outlook on God. God is such a loaded word, and even with a lowercase g, God still didn't feel appropriate for how I felt and conceptualized this being. I stopped thinking of God as a person or even as a deity, and certainly didn't view him as some man in the sky watching everything that everyone does and listening to our thoughts. I came to think of God, for lack of a better term, as an all-encompassing universal consciousness. A genderless spiritual. I introduce Tion XXVII. Being that even while lacking a body, embodies all the best things about humanity. The being I think of as holding the place of God in my life now is an acknowledgement that all living creatures are connected through our souls, our life force. It's the belief that we should all strive to be better, live more thoughtfully, strive for kindness and emotional intelligence because when one person hurts, we all feel it. So whether you call this feeling God, or the universe, or life force, or eternal being, or creator, know that whenever I refer to God in this book, it's not the Christian God I grew up with, but rather the conglomerate pieces of God that exist in all of us. After decades acquiring the skills of emotional health and well-being, I decided to become a life coach to pass on the knowledge to others and help them live their best life too. I see being a life coach as an extension of how I live my life. It's not just a business, it's a calling. While I wanted to help people, I realized that emotionally free people don't do inner work in order to change others. Yet, when you do inner work, you attract the type of people who are a reflection of your inner world. If you don't like your inner world, you don't make a geographical change, because wherever you go, you take you. Everything was finally starting to make sense, but there was still one piece missing. In February 2003, I traveled to California to attend a course in thought field therapy, and that filled in the missing piece. Thought field therapy, or TFT, is a healing practice that encourages the energy in your body to redirect and become balanced by tapping on your energy meridians. If your body's energy is clogged in one part of the body, it may result in anxiety. XXVIILIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Stress and depression. So by tapping on that energy meridian and gently clearing the clogged energy, you can encourage better flow. The goal of TFT is to harmonize your mind, body, and spirit so you can feel more relaxed and in alignment. Prior to TFT, I'd learned Reiki, massage, matrix energetics, and other healing modalities. More on those later. Though I now see how helpful it is, I went to the TFT class reluctantly. Based on what I had learned previously, I didn't know what actually caused emotions and addictions. I did 12-step meetings with my first life coach, Albert, as well as practiced meditation and journaling. But I didn't know what the cause of the distress was, only that the treatment didn't work. I had no idea why trauma from the past could recur over and over, but I wanted to learn. In the TFT class, the teacher said that it's not the belief or event that causes the feeling, but rather the thoughts about the feeling that cause the strife. This concept resonated with me. As a retired mathematician, I'm results-driven, so all I cared about was whether all this stuff actually worked. Believe me when I say I've seen TFT work firsthand, both on myself and for my clients. From the moment I stepped into the TFT class, it felt like I'd found the missing piece in my coaching practice. Many of the other healing modalities I'd learned about up to that point focused only on how to address the trauma and psychological distress of the past. TFT does that and helps practitioners break addictive habits and prevent emotional baggage from building up in the first place. Years ago, Bruce Lipton, the author of The Biology of Belief, was on tour. He'd discovered that your biology is determined by your beliefs, not your genes. Beliefs affected thinking, feeling, and everything else that humans do. He gave a talk on tour and I introduced CT on XXIX. Someone asked, "Dr. Lipton, how do you change your thoughts?" Lipton admitted that he didn't know. Though Dr. Lipton made such vital scientific discoveries and brought us the knowledge that belief determines your biology, he didn't know what to do about it or how to help people change their thoughts and beliefs. It's one thing to come up with the concept and another thing to come up with a technique that actually works for the concept. Fortunately, other researchers and scientists figured out how to change thoughts and beliefs so that Dr. Lipton's teachings could be brought full circle. This is why knowing the cause of emotions and how to change thoughts was so important for me to learn, because without that information, it's all theory. Getting results means being able to put the theories into practice. I was given the direction to take up life coaching full-time, not part-time like I'd been doing for the past several years. Even with the strength of that calling, I argued with God for 2 years. I had just gotten out of an extreme financial mess and I was scared. I had been through 11 years of financial uncertainty and I had just gotten back on my feet. I had no clue how I could do this and care for my basic needs. But by January 2005, I could no longer ignore the strength of that calling, so I finally committed to being a full-time life coach. In 2009, I was going to North Carolina to be a part of a spiritual retreat for a week. On the way, my car hydroplaned and I lost control. Thankfully, my girlfriend and I were unharmed. While waiting on a tow truck, I went to the road to have a look at how it all happened, and the next thing I knew, I woke up 6 weeks later in an intensive care unit in the Marcus Trauma Center in Atlanta. I was told I'd been in just the right place to be hit by another car that hydroplaned as well. XXXLIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Later, I got more details about what happened that day. After I called AAA and they said it'd be about an hour before they could come get us, I got out of the car to see where the skid marks started and inspect our surroundings. My girlfriend, Stephanie, heard a loud noise and realized I'd been hit. I immediately blacked out. Stephanie saw me face down and thought I was dead. She said I flipped over and asked what hit me, though I have no memory of that. Medics were called to the scene and they were going to put me in a helicopter, but they couldn't because of the weather. Like a predictable summer afternoon in the South, a thunderstorm was rolling in. Instead, they took me to the closest hospital they found, which was a small county hospital. It didn't take them long to realize I was going to need a much bigger and far better equipped hospital. The last thing I remember is looking at my car, then waking up 6 weeks later in a hospital bed. I couldn't move, not even to feed myself. I had IVs in me and was all drugged up. In total, I was in 3 different hospitals over the course of 13 weeks. I got close to death a number of times over the 6 weeks I was in a coma. My family and friends were there 24/7, but I was so out of it that I didn't know. When I came out of the coma, I was so drugged up it took me a few days to understand what had happened to me. There were times when I thought it would be easier just to die. I'd always had a strong, healthy body and had never really taken any medicine, not even aspirin or Tylenol, and now I was pumped full of drugs and couldn't even lift my arms. I feared life as I knew it was over. Being in the hospital for weeks on end is an exercise in humility. Things like having to have a catheter in for 10 weeks. I introduced CT on XXXI. And having it taken out and put back in several times until I could pee on my own. Then being too weak to be on a bedpan and having bowel movements on a diaper laid beneath my body and waiting for someone to clean me up. Any ego I had no longer had a place in my life. I was totally helpless and was dependent on other people for even my most basic needs. It's easy to forget to be thankful for what you can do until you can suddenly no longer do even the most menial acts of taking care of yourself. Though I received great care in Atlanta, my family was anxious for me to get back to Birmingham where they could more easily visit and keep an eye on me. So my family kept trying to work with the hospital to get me from Atlanta to a hospital in Birmingham. It took a week of coordination, but finally we were able to leave. They didn't have any comfortable transport, so it was a 2-hour ride from hell. Once I got to St. Vincent's in Birmingham, I was in such a fragile state that they had to wait several days until I was stable enough to undergo knee surgery. My entire body was brutalized in the accident, though my knees took the brunt of the force. The doctor who did the surgery was an orthopedic guru, yet he told me afterward that it was the worst knee injury he'd ever seen and he didn't think he was going to be able to put it back together. Somehow, blessedly, he managed and was even pleased with the results. I was at St. Vincent's for just under 2 weeks when I was transferred to Lakeshore Rehabilitation Hospital for my third and final hospital stay. I was still so weak when I got to Lakeshore and anxious that I wouldn't be strong enough to do physical therapy. At first, my anxieties proved true and I couldn't actually do anything in therapy. I'd start to do the simple exercises they asked of me and my blood pressure would plummet. My vision would go dark and I'd feel like I was going to pass out. It was 3.5 weeks before I could even stand up for 10 seconds at a time. I don't remember any doctors telling me I wouldn't walk again, but they did say I'd probably be in a wheelchair for 6 or 8 months. The doctor who did the knee surgery wanted the knee to scar a lot so I'd be stable standing. Even though it would create an inability to stoop or bend that leg, he thought it was better to be too stiff than to not have stability or balance. In addition to the wheelchair, I had a removable cast that went from my ankle to my hip that I had to keep on, except when showering, for 6 months. I couldn't drive, so I relied on others to take me where I needed to go. In the car, I had to sit sideways across the back seat because I couldn't get into the front seat with my cast. It was a helpless feeling being totally dependent on people for everything, not to mention an abnormal feeling for someone who's normally so independent. I had to do a lot of work to accept the reality of my situation. After I came out of the coma, I realized that I had to choose to live and that things would be different. There would be things I couldn't do, but I would focus on what I could do. I didn't have brain damage and I wasn't paralyzed for life. What more could I have asked for? And now, unless you look closely, you'd never know I was in a near-fatal accident. While at Lakeshore Rehab, they did therapy for 2 hours in the morning and early afternoon, and I had to be slid from the bed into the wheelchair and back again to go to and from therapy. I introduced CT on XXXIII. For the first 3 weeks, once I tried to do anything physical, my blood pressure would drop and they had to keep me from fainting and then return me to my room. In rehab, you see the same people each day dealing with their own struggles and get to know everyone rather intimately in some ways. I remember that after 3 weeks, they wanted to try to get me to stand vertical and used a slant table to ease me into that position. You lay flat on a table and are strapped in, and then they gradually tilt you from flat to try to get to 70-degree incline without your blood pressure dropping. It took several days before I could do this, and then I was asked to try to stand on my own from the wheelchair for the first time in 11 weeks of being flat on my back in bed. I was able to accomplish this and stay up for 10 seconds. The next day I was asked to do this again, and before sitting down the therapist asked if I could take a step. I mustered everything that I could to take that first step and then took 7 more before collapsing back into the wheelchair and began to cry as everyone in the room clapped and cheered for me. Throughout my time in the hospital, my girlfriend, 2 sons, and others would visit often. While in both hospitals, someone was in the room with me 24/7. I was constantly amazed that so many people were spending so much time doing things for me. Knowing that people cared so much gave me the strength to keep going. The gift of my loved ones' time and care didn't end when I left the hospital. When I got home, I had a friend who moved in for 4 months to cook for me. At first, when I was back at home, I had to have people there 24/7 because I couldn't do anything for myself, so family and friends made a schedule and showed up for me. I initially had anxiety about coming home because I was still so weak. I lost 25 pounds since the accident and all my muscle. XXXIVLIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Mass was gone. I was torn because I could have stayed at Lakeshore longer, but I was so tired of being in the hospital and was just ready to get out. I'd been away from home for 13 weeks. That first day back at my own house was full of emotion. I was using a walker to get around and it felt like it took forever for me to get from the car to my front door. I thought about taking my shoes off because I don't like to have shoes in the house, but my friends assured me they'd clean. I got choked up crossing the threshold. My house felt the same as always, welcoming and nurturing. Just being in my own bed, in my own home, on my own schedule just felt wonderful. It brought me to tears, all the love and service people gave me. I was so weak and broken down that I was home for 2 months before I had enough strength to even clip my own fingernails. I imagine some people who are incapacitated might feel like people are there out of pity or because they feel like they have to be there, not because they want to. I'm fortunate that I felt very little of that. The people who came to care for me would say, "We just enjoy being around you, Don." There was one particularly meaningful moment. My friend Marlene was over at the house helping out and I spontaneously decided to see if I could lift my walker off the ground and take a few steps without it. I could. Marlene cheered me on, so next I tried lifting the walker over my head. I could do that too. Happy doesn't even begin to describe the flood of emotion. I finally felt like I was gaining some ground in healing. I pushed myself hard because I wanted to take care of myself as soon as I could. I appreciated all the help I was given, but I'd always been one to take care of other people and I wanted to get. I introduce CT on XXXV. Back to taking care of myself. I'd lived by myself for 19 years and wanted to get back in control of my life. I couldn't wait to be able to do even the most simple things like get my own groceries and cook my own food. I wanted to be able to take a shower when I wanted without needing help. I believe everything happens for a reason. Looking back, this accident happened in such an unlikely way that I have to believe there's a divine reason behind it. Think about it. You could probably stand on the side of the road in the rain all day, and what are the chances that a car would hydroplane in just the right place to hit you? The chances are infinitesimal. And consider the likelihood of then getting hit by an SUV going 60 to 70 miles per hour and to survive. Not only survive, but not have any lasting, permanently debilitating injuries. This is beyond a 1 in a million chance. This is 1 in a billion or maybe even 1 in a trillion. At that point, it's beyond numbers. This is God territory. Even so, my relationship with religion hasn't really changed after the accident. I don't have a religion, but I do have a deep spiritual relationship. I'd been thinking about how the body is not who we are because the essence of who we are is spiritual. Having my body torn apart in the accident really solidified that belief. Even now, I've got some lingering issues from the accident, but it doesn't affect who I fundamentally am. The accident has affected my life coaching practice in a positive way. I can work with people on a deeper level because I have more compassion and more patience. I remember how people treated me when I was in a wheelchair. People think just because you're physically handicapped that you're also mentally handicapped. They'll talk slowly to you like you won't understand. XXXVILIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Or bypass you altogether and only talk to the other person with you. I believe a deeper level of compassion is what I was meant to learn through this. I never met the woman who hit me, though Stephanie talked to her right after the accident. She didn't have much money, so I only got about $28,000 from my insurance company and hers after the attorneys got their money. But even if I'd gotten millions of dollars, I wouldn't take the money for what I went through. I don't have a desire to meet the driver. It was just an accident and I don't hold any grudge against her. Rather than looking back, I try to just focus on the now. I'm a happier, more peaceful person after the accident. Looking back, I see that the accident was just another piece of my training. Even after all that, there was still one thing that was missing. Since my divorce, I had good women in my life, but for whatever reason, none of them led to marriage. Stephanie and I broke up several years after the accident. At age 70, I met my wife, Faye, here in Birmingham. The way we met made no logical sense and is what I call a divine appointment. It's another 1 in a billion chance, though thankfully this one was far more enjoyable. Our meeting was being orchestrated 2 years before we actually met. Let me explain. I grew up a competitive kid. Whether it was sports or card games, practiced often, worked hard to improve my skills, and played to win. This continued in college where I played intramural sports and duplicate bridge, the most popular form of the card game bridge, which I loved. Decades later, in the 90s, I was no longer competing at anything. My interests had simply changed, though I realized. I introduced Tion XXXVII. I missed doing something competitive. Duplicate bridge is competitive at different levels, so I decided I'd get back into it. There's a bridge club not far from my house, so I started going there. When I started back, it was like I was a beginner, though the good players noticed I had potential. After much practice, it came to be that out of the 400 or so members, I was one of the top 20 players. I was playing 2 to 3 times a week. When you play bridge, it doesn't matter how good you are individually. If you and your partner aren't on the same wavelength, you're not going to do well. You have to communicate well with your partner. I was playing consistently with 5 partners and we were all in tune. I wasn't just going to socialize, I liked to win. Once you find a partner you like and work well with, you tend to stick with them and don't miss games. Then my bridge partner called one week to say he had to take his wife to the doctor and couldn't make our game. I thought about skipping that day, or calling around for another partner, but decided to call the director of the bridge club to match me with someone else for the day. Little did I know that Faye had been playing at the bridge club for a month and we had never crossed paths. I called the director and she said she would find me a partner. I found out later that Faye had been reluctant to play because she had only a few days left in Birmingham. She was a traveling house sitter, which she did during Canada's colder months. In her house-sitting jobs, she looked for warm locations. Birmingham was never on her radar. She had a 3-month gig in Mexico, and while she was driving down, they called to tell her they'd sold the place, so she was scrambling to find somewhere to go after she finished her house sit in Austin. XXXVIILIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Birmingham happened to appear. The director of the club had found partners for Faye during her stay and she agreed to play with me out of gratitude, not preference. I'm a businessman, so when I found out she was a house sitter, I was eager to talk to her. I was curious to know how it made economic sense for someone in Birmingham to hire someone in Canada to watch their house. Bridge doesn't really allow you time to talk about anything other than the game, so I invited her to lunch. As we sat in the living room after lunch, I said to her, "We are here by divine appointment." Those words were like soothing balm to her and she told me her story. She was in turmoil because she'd been a Jehovah's Witness for 40 years. She knew she wanted to get out, but worried about losing her family and her whole social circle. Those who leave the Jehovah's Witnesses are shunned by their community and family. Faye tells me her story and asks, "What do you think?" I said, "You're a hypocrite and a liar." Those words resonated with Faye. The inner conflict that she was experiencing was showing outer signs in ill health, and it opened a floodgate of tears, similar to what I experienced with Albert. At that moment I saw her heart and inner beauty and I asked if she'd like a hug. For the next 5 days, we were together almost non-stop. She had so many questions and reveled in being able to talk to somebody about something she'd kept buried deep inside her. When she left Birmingham, neither of us knew if our paths would ever cross again. We had no intention of seeing each other again in person, but because of those deep conversations we stayed in touch and were on Skype several hours a day. I introduced Tion XXXIX. Faye had always found jobs quickly and always had a place to go, but suddenly, gigs were not working out. I invited her to come here for the 3 weeks until her next house sit in Austin, Texas. I had already scheduled a visit in Austin to see my son before I knew Faye was going to be there at the same time. Then she had a house-sitting job in Tallahassee, Florida, so I took the Greyhound bus down there. I visited her in Canada for over a month in 2015 and then again in the summer of 2016 when I asked her to marry me. We got married on January 11, 2017. Faye is the love of my life and my greatest growth opportunity thus far. Haha. I feel that now, I have the ability to be a good husband and partner. Our life is based on personal and spiritual growth and supporting each other along that path. Many of you have no doubt experienced divine appointments yourself, even if the details of yours are different. Divine appointments don't always have to be big events like car accidents and soulmates. If you look back on your life, you'll see unlikely situations, both ups and downs, working together to bring you to where you are today. Just as each experience has made you who you are, each experience I've had has molded who I've become as a life coach. These circumstances are the reasons I became involved in energy psychology. Most of the work I do now as an emotional freedom coach involves 4 basic techniques: Emotional Freedom Technique, EFT, Matrix Reimprinting, Tapa's Acupressure Technique, TAT, and the Byron Katie work. Most of us learn that if we get the right education, marry the right partner, make the right amount of money, and have good health, that's what life is all about. That's what I thought for a long XLLIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT time, too. But that's not the case. Orienting your life and goals toward what others believe we should want is living from the outside in. However, to have a solid foundation and a meaningful, spiritually and emotionally fulfilling life, we have to learn to live from the inside out. Many clients have encouraged me to write a book to share what they learned during their time as a client. This book exists to document the tools and techniques that have transformed my life and the lives of my clients so you can benefit from them, too. The life you dream of is within your reach. The things you desire are already ordained for you. Emotional health and inner peace are your birthright. Now, let's get to work. Chapter 1. Personal Growth. The challenges we face in life are always lessons that serve our soul's growth. Marianne Williamson. In 1990, my world turned upside down. It started with a divorce after 16 years of marriage. About the same time, my real estate business was in the tank due to a recession. For investment real estate brokers, the early 1990s was worse than we could have imagined. I hadn't made an income for about 4 years by then. I did have a $75,000 Kio account and would end up going through that before my financial crisis was over. I felt like a failure and totally lost as to what to do. About that time, I was approached to put together financing for 5 people to acquire a $45 million hospital project in Louisiana. I believed that was going to be the end of all my financial woes, but it was the beginning of a whole new set of problems. Counting on that deal, I put everything on hold and lived off my Kio money, which meant paying a penalty and tax for taking it out early. LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. As it turned out, I was dealing with less than honest business partners and I ended up in an expensive lawsuit trying to get my fair compensation. The result was that from 1986 to 1996, I had accumulated $500,000 in debt. Once the credit cards were all maxed out, I had to ask family and friends for loans, which amounted to $150,000. It felt like I was in an impossible situation with no way out and no means of recovery. These circumstances brought up so many negative feelings about myself. It got me questioning, why are these things happening? What do I have to change to recover? How can I find my way? There must be more to life and I needed to find a better way to live. These introspective thoughts and soul searching for answers led me to a spiritual study group. I was in my mid-40s and had no spiritual or religious basis in my life, but I always had a hunger for knowledge. I had a real estate office across from Brother Brian Park, so I'd eat at the Golden Temple restaurant for lunch. I was going to meet a friend, so I got there early. I noticed there was a black guy and a white woman at a nearby table and the restaurant was empty except for them. When my friend didn't show up after 15 minutes, I asked if I could join them. What drew me to them was their demeanor. They glowed. They had an aura of peace and health and joy. I wanted what they had and was drawn to investigate. Though I didn't know it at the time, this was my first meeting with what would become my spiritual study group. We spent 2 hours together that day and I felt like I'd found my people. When we're doing our inner work, whatever our path. P. Ursinal GROWTH 3. There is some consciousness beyond our intellect. Before my divorce, I thought I was so smart that I didn't have room for God or anything beyond me. Yet, this group made me feel there was something more out there, a wisdom that was more than IQ. I wanted to learn how to connect with it. John, the leader of the group, was a teacher, a naturopath who did energy work, and a real healer. The woman with him, Lynn, was his assistant. They were from Gadsden and would come to Birmingham every week to see clients at Unity Church, often stopping to have lunch at Golden Temple. John was interested in me because he saw me as a successful businessperson. I was interested in him and Lynn because he told me more about their group, which consisted of them plus 3 other women. They were meeting on Monday nights from 7 to 10 p.m., so I suggested we meet at my house. We did that for 18 months, and the meetings often went to midnight or sometimes later. Occasionally, I'd go to bed and tell them to lock the door when they left. They introduced me to fasting, juicing, and the like. It was all new to me. I was getting interested in energy and consciousness. It was through that group that I took my first Reiki class, which is an ancient hands-on healing method. I ended up becoming a Reiki master and taught Reiki classes. The group turbo-charged me into a different realm. My next divine appointment happened when I'd been in the spiritual study group for a year. I'd taken 2 levels of Reiki and I practiced fasting, juicing, and meditating. I met more and more like-minded people, which eventually led me to Shelby Nelson and James Redfield, author of the Celestine Prophecy. On 2 separate occasions, they each told me about this guy Albert, who was a spiritual teacher originally from Birmingham but who 4LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT lived in Sedona, and traveled around the world sharing his wisdom. They explained that they'd worked with him in the past and he was extremely intuitive. They said I should let him do an astrology reading for me. I was skeptical, but I trusted Shelby and James, so I warily agreed, even though I thought it would be useless. Besides my negative opinion of astrology readings, I was living on credit card cash advances due to my financial woes, and it made no sense to spend $200 for Albert's fee. My focus was on getting by, and I was always saying to myself that if I just had enough money, everything would be fine. I wasn't doing anything to make money either. I was biding my time until the hospital deal started making money and I could pay off all my debts and get back in the black. Albert was the last thing on my mind. For Thanksgiving that year, both of my young sons were spending the holiday week with me. While I was enjoying time with my children, I got a call from James, who insisted I make an appointment with Albert since he was leaving town soon. When we hung up, I reluctantly dialed Albert's number. I mentioned who had referred me and I wanted to schedule an appointment. Albert said he was leaving in a few days and didn't have any openings left. I was relieved, thrilled, in fact. I said that was too bad, and was hanging up when suddenly I heard, "Wait." He said, 10 a.m. Friday morning. All he knew about me before I went to the reading was my birth name, place of birth, and birth date. I knew nothing about astrology and thought it was bogus. I couldn't believe I was spending $200 on something I thought was a waste of time and money. P. Ursinol GROWTH 5. On Friday morning, I approached the hotel room where he was staying and knocked on the door. When the door opened, I thought, what the hell am I doing here? I arrived with little more than a check and a bad attitude. Albert guided me to a chair facing him. He had a recorder and some papers, which I found out later was my astrology chart based on my birthday. We were sitting knee to knee. He started the recording by stating the date and that he was doing a reading for Don Milton. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there with my arms crossed, waiting for this to be over. Within 15 minutes, I was in tears. In that short time, he told me, in exact succession, things about myself he had no way of knowing. His words touched me deeply and it opened a floodgate. I couldn't believe what he knew about me in just 15 minutes. I'd been holding all this stuff in, the financial troubles, the embarrassment, the feelings of failure. And it was the first time I let it out. For the next 45 minutes we talked about my life, where I was and where I wanted to be. I expressed my fears, confusion, and overwhelming feelings of anxiety. He told me about his Sedona intensive program, which was a 3-month commitment and was going to cost $5,000 for the program, travel, and accommodations. My hunger for knowledge was opening up a new world of exciting things, but still I was constantly stressed about money. Here I was living on credit card cash advances and didn't know anything about this guy, but I said yes. This program was to begin a few weeks later, and the portion that would take place in Sedona was from January 5-12, 1992. I had a couple more conversations with Albert before the program. 6LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT began. In my daily life, I was used to running everything and being in charge. I'm from a Lebanese background where the men run things and don't explain themselves. Plus, men in my culture aren't generally vulnerable. Albert picked up on my reluctance and my trepidations about how much I was going to be able to trust him. I remember what he said in our second conversation. "Don, I know you're a really smart guy and you're used to running things and making things happen, but you are in a very difficult place in life and I can help you. You are going to have to trust me and follow directions." I remember thinking, what the hell is this guy talking about? I don't even know him. I don't know what kind of directions he means. From that conversation until I got on the plane to Phoenix, Arizona, my mind kept up a constant clamor. What is he going to want me to do? How much will I be able to do without feeling too vulnerable? Can I trust this guy? I analyzed how I could control the situation, how to get some benefit without opening myself up too much. It felt like my head was about to explode and I hadn't even made it to the program. When I got to Phoenix, I had to rent a car for the 2-hour drive to Sedona. The mind chatter continued for the duration of the trip. I had worked myself into a frenzy by the time I arrived in Sedona around sunset, but the moment I saw the sun dipping below the mesas, everything changed. If you haven't been to Sedona, it's a magical place. All my mental gymnastics vanished when I saw the golden liquid sun recede behind the reddish-orange rocks. I felt totally at peace. The peace that sunset gave. P. Ursinal GROWTH7. Me was what it took to shift me into the place where I was willing to do whatever was asked of me. After I got settled at my hotel, I showed up for dinner with Albert and he asked, what happened? He could see the shift in me for himself. It turns out that when you're serious about changing your life, others take notice. You radiate. For the next week, Monday through Friday, I was doing work from 6 a.m. to midnight. I spent most of this time in my hotel room journaling, meditating, reading, and contemplating my life. I spent 2 hours a day with Albert in a session, but the rest of the time, I was on my own. It was cold in the desert and there was snow on the ground. However, I did go out to some of the energy vortexes in Sedona. These are powerful and transformational energy centers that are located in multiple places throughout the world. Energy vortexes are where the natural electromagnetic forces of Earth's energy intersect. I went out several times to these known vortex areas to do ceremonies. Otherwise, I didn't have any outside contact with anyone, no phone calls to home. I was in a healing cocoon. We ended our program on Friday and the next day was Saturday, January 11, 1992. In the metaphysical world, this is a big deal. It is what they call the 1111. Lorenzo M. Nicodemo describes this in his book, The Space Between. According to numerology, the number 11 is a master number, which signifies intuition, insight, and enlightenment. When paired together, 1111 is a clear message from the universe to become conscious and aware. Many people suggest that seeing 1111 signifies that your spirit guides are attempting to contact you. 8LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Back then I didn't know anything about 1111. I just so happened to be there on the 11th of January 1992 and didn't realize people were coming from all over the world to be in Sedona that day. The fact that Albert was there and managed to get me there at that time was a divine appointment. Maybe it would have happened another way, but that experience working with Albert got me on this path. Things that seem important may not be so important, but things that seem trivial might end up making all the difference. The way of the Spirit is one step at a time. You don't get the second step until you've done the first. On returning home, I continued to have 1111 appear on clocks, billboards, license plates, and more. I especially notice 1111 popping up when I'm in a query as to what to do or how to solve an issue. It's a constant reminder for me to not let my ego lead me, but to trust my intuition and heart. This is not unusual. As we become more aware and consciously work on ourselves, these reminders from the universe will happen to everyone. It may not be 1111, but it will be something significant to you, like a song or symbol or number that repeatedly pops up in unusual ways. That Saturday of the 1111, people were converging on these power vortexes on this momentous date from around the world. They were coming to perform different ceremonies, meditations, and to participate in programs like the one I was in with Albert. In fact, Albert was leading a group to a vortex in one of the canyons. Since I wasn't returning to Birmingham until the next day, he invited me to join the hike and hang out with the group for lunch. P. Ursinal GROWTH 9. I felt like something happened that week. I was so involved in doing the work that I really didn't have time to process it, so when I returned to Birmingham, Albert wanted me to journal, meditate, and pray every day. I would have a weekly call with Albert as well, and he wanted me to go to 3 12-step meetings a week. Odd, you may think, since I wasn't an alcoholic, but 12-step programs are the inspiration for many self-help plans besides addiction. Albert was a recovering alcoholic and based his program on the 12-step process. I attended several Open Alcoholic Anonymous meetings with Albert in Sedona. There were about 30 or 40 people in attendance at each meeting, and I was amazed at how vulnerable they were. Much of what they were sharing made me uncomfortable. They expressed themselves so openly about things that I wouldn't even share with a close friend. It had a powerful effect on me because there was no judgment in the room, no pretense. It was raw and real. I could see how meetings were valuable, however, I didn't see the relevance to me. I was not an alcohol or drug addict. I didn't understand why I should go to a 12-step program. On top of that, I had no religious or spiritual belief at the time and didn't value praying. I had no idea why I should be asked to do that either. Nevertheless, I was paying Albert this money, so I was committed to following directions, even if I didn't understand why. I continued to journal and meditate. I prayed twice a day. I would just sit quietly for a few minutes on the couch in the living room. What do you say when you don't believe that anyone is listening? I encountered other professionals who assumed I was an alcoholic or other kind of addict, and I made the same assumption. 10 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. About them. Before and after the meetings, different attendees are asked to read excerpts from material. The protocol before you read or make any kind of comment is to say, "Hi, my name is _______, and I am an alcoholic." I would be asked to read and I would say, "Hi, my name is Don," then I would read. Since I wasn't an alcoholic, I didn't say I was. After a couple months of attending, I could feel the glares when I would read and not admit I was an alcoholic. I could imagine that they were thinking that he's been coming for months and he's still in denial. Nonetheless, I participated fully. Albert was my sponsor. I got the big book and worked the program, just as though I was an alcoholic. Often after meetings, members would connect with me and I would be honest with them. They were always astounded. Many of them were required to be there by a judge. They couldn't understand why someone would come freely without being obliged. There were several touching moments that still bring tears to my eyes. One person I remember as clearly today as when we met 28 years ago is James. He attended most of the same meetings I did. He was a large black man, well-dressed, and wore many gold chains, bracelets, and rings on his fingers. He had the persona of a successful tough guy from the streets, but his open-hearted shares belied that assessment. He often spoke at meetings. He would open as everyone, "Hi, my name is James and I am an alcoholic." Then he would add, Thank God I am an alcoholic because it has led me to this way of living. I was going 5 times a week, so I met a lot of people. Another person who stands out in my memory is this one woman who was in her 30s, married, and had 2 little kids. You could tell she was deeply depressed. She came to meetings regularly, then I didn't. P. Ursonal GROWTH 11. See her for a couple of weeks. The next time I saw her, she looked really different, like something had happened. She and her husband were having financial problems and she felt like a failure, but didn't know where to go. She was seriously considering suicide. She was figuring out how to carry out her suicide and made a plan for getting a gun and waiting until her husband and kids had gone to sleep. One night, everyone was asleep and it seemed like the timing was right to kill herself. She got the gun, went into the bathroom, closed the door, and put the barrel in her mouth. Right then, her 2-year-old knocked on the door needing to potty. Her child arriving at that exact moment was a divine appointment and she took it as a sign not to kill herself. There was another woman who sticks out in my memories of these meetings. She'd been divorced for 10 years and was remarried. She'd talk about her previous husband and how glad she was to get away from him. Then one day she came to a meeting looking subdued. She'd heard a couple of days before that her ex had died. She was feeling sad and guilty, but didn't understand why because she hated him so much. Though a decade had passed, she hadn't worked through her thoughts and feelings about her experiences with him, so the anger and resentment remained inside her. The revelation that all those emotions still dwelled within her was a breakthrough in itself, since you can't address what you can't acknowledge. All these people's stories express the essence of what I have come to know as a eucatastrophic event. Tolkien coined the term to describe a catastrophe that leads to a breakdown or breakthrough, depending upon your attitude. 12 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Though I didn't find meetings to be for me, I decided to try Al-Anon meetings instead, which are for people who have family or friends who are alcoholics. The goal of the Al-Anon meetings is to provide emotional support for those who love an alcoholic and want to support the person as they hopefully reach sobriety. I had learned of an Al-Anon meeting at noon every day that met near my office. At the time, I had a real estate office near downtown Birmingham and I knew a lot of people in the area because I had been there about 8 years. When I would go out to restaurants or out walking, I would cross paths with many people I knew. I wanted a meeting that would be convenient, but not too convenient because I didn't want people I knew seeing me at a meeting for addicts. I avoided going to the meetings for the first week I was home, but the week after that I grudgingly showed up at the Al-Anon meeting. As each person of the dozen or so attendees spoke, my mind kept a running commentary, analyzing their situation and coming up with solutions. But, as Albert warned me, you're not allowed to give advice or opinions. Is a strictly no-judgment zone. In the privacy of my mind I thought, why are these people so screwed up? What in the hell am I doing here? This continued for each of the 3 meetings I attended that first week. The next week, I was able to admit I had my own issues and needed to quit trying to solve other people's problems. Who's to say I would have done things any differently or any better in their shoes? What changed my thinking was reading, meditation, and journaling. Through these practices, I became aware that I needed to focus on myself and not worry about others. P. Ursonal GROWTH 13. After 2 weeks of going to these meetings, I no longer cared if anyone saw me attending them. However, the Al-Anon meetings didn't resonate with me because it sounded like people were constantly blaming others for their problems. I kept being drawn to attend a closed meeting right next door to where the Al-Anon meeting was held because of my experience with attending the meetings in Sedona. While I wasn't an alcoholic, I missed the openness and the fact that they had taken responsibility for themselves. But I thought if I went there, people were going to think I was an alcoholic. To a degree, I still did care what people thought. I also reasoned that it was a closed meeting that I wasn't supposed to attend. In the end, I chose a codependence meeting instead. I went for a couple of weeks, but found that they, like the folks at Al-Anon, were blaming others and not taking responsibility for themselves. I needed to try another group. I thought, why not try a non-smoking closed meeting, because I don't like to be around smoke. That meeting was held in one of the back rooms of an old 2-story house. To get to the meeting, you had to go through a smoke-filled entrance, since smoking was still allowed everywhere in the house but the one room where we had the non-smoking meeting. It was like being in a non-peeing section of a swimming pool. I was upset and aggravated by the time I sat down in the back of the meeting room with about 40 other people packed in. As the meeting unfolded, I felt the authenticity and lack of judgment. Like the meetings in Sedona, I felt totally at home. People were taking responsibility for their lives and they were being vulnerable. I ended up going to these meetings 5 days a week for over a year. My instructions were to go 3 times a 14 livingfromtheinideout week for 3 months, so the fact that I kept going shows how beneficial it was. I witnessed people bare their souls. What I realized over a period of time is that the 12-step program was amazing for personal and spiritual growth, but it was missing something. These people had given up alcohol, but seemed to be replacing it with other addictions like coffee, cigarettes, or sweets. Some were actually becoming addicted to the meetings and were not clearing the underlying issue of addiction. The people going to these meetings were healing one addiction, but not getting over other addictive behaviors. They may not have been drinking, but the additive behavior remained. Later, I became aware of the long-term success, or rather, long-term failure, of the program, since it's not uncommon for people to fall off the wagon. The success rate for is low. It's difficult to get statistics, though the research I've done indicates their success rate would be between 5% and 7%. They consider the intervention a success when someone quits drinking. However, the person could quit drinking but pick up chain smoking, overeating, or other addictive behaviors, and would still call their program a success. For me, success in addiction recovery is getting over the addictive behavior completely. All addictions are attempts to cover up emotional issues. Thus, the underlying cause of the addiction must be addressed. Addiction is ultimately a distraction from pain, but it starts because the person thinks the addiction will be the solution to the pain. The addict thinks the only way to get relief is to indulge in their addictive behavior. Curing addiction is not about discipline, willpower, or logic. When I'm working with addicts, we uncover the emotions behind it. If they're doing my program, I tell them if they feel the personal growth 15 desire to drink and it's strong enough that it's hard not to do it, do one of the techniques I've taught them first. That's why I show them techniques up front and we deal with negative feelings from the beginning. I tell them, if you feel the desire so strongly, then do on it first. If you get to the point where you can take it or leave it, then leave it. If you can't get the desire down, then drink. Don't worry about willpower or discipline, just focus on the emotion that drives you to drink and change your thinking. When you change your thinking, your behavior changes. Even with its flaws, I was getting a lot of benefit from attending the 12-step meetings along with journaling, meditating, and reading. While I'd come around on the meetings, I felt praying was not paying off or worth the effort. In the meetings, I often heard people say that when facing a difficult situation or decision, they would get down on their knees and pray. One day, about a month before the end of Albert's program, I thought, why not get on my knees and see if that makes a difference? I started kneeling by the side of my bed the first thing in the morning and before I went to sleep at night. It felt different, but still seemed useless. Then, about a week before the 3-month program ended, one morning I knelt by the side of my bed to say a prayer. Before I said anything, I felt the power and presence of something beyond my ego and intellect. My concept of God is not the old man in the sky who dispenses good and bad to those below on earth. What I felt that morning on my knees was a power in my heart that was beyond reason, intellect, or anything based in logic. I had grown up in the Catholic Church, been an altar boy, and prayed every day, but I had never experienced anything like this before. Spiritual-minded people continued to appear in my life as I continued to make inner changes. Many things I knew little about. 16 livingfromtheinsideout. Were opening up to me, and many things I had once ridiculed were taking on a different light. I used to think people like those in my spiritual group were total flakes and didn't have a clue. Until the 90s, anything I couldn't experience with the five senses didn't exist in my world. I have become the person I used to ridicule and now couldn't be happier. As a result of the work I did with Albert and taking a Level 1 class in the Ancient Hands-on Healing Art of Reiki, in March of 1992, I was gaining more inner peace and better understanding about life. Still, even though my inner life was getting much better, my outer life was a mess. About a year after I got divorced, I was living in a little rental house when my ex-wife, who still lived in our old house, called to tell me she was getting married and they were going to buy another house. She knew how much I liked our old house and was offering it to me before she put it on the market. At the time, the way my finances were, I wasn't able to buy anything. I couldn't borrow $5,000, let alone what I would need to buy a house. But by this time, I was learning about intuition and trusting the universe. So I told her if I could work it out, I would love to buy the house. I had a good relationship with the bank that held the first mortgage on the house, and the manager knew my reliability. She agreed that if I paid $15,000 down on the first mortgage, then I could assume the mortgage and my ex-wife would be removed from it. I had plenty of money on my credit cards, so I did the deal. I paid the down payment with my credit card cash advances. I moved back into the house, which I'm still in today. At the time, I had no idea how I was going to make the payments. In retrospect, it sounds ridiculous that I would let myself continue. Personal growth 17. In this downward financial spiral, but I was so convinced that the hospital deal I was involved in was going to remedy all of these debts. I went on spending money I didn't have and just kept digging a deeper and deeper hole. In December 1995, on a cold, dreary day, I was in my den having a pity party. I was bemoaning my finances and couldn't see any way out. The hospital project went from being a source of hope and aspiration to an ugly lawsuit in Louisiana, and I had spent $150,000 on attorneys. I was lamenting how corrupt the legal system was and that you get as good justice as your money can buy. I worried I was going to lose my house, which I still dearly loved. I thought, as I often had, that if I only had enough money that would solve all my problems. Profound sadness and depression overcame me and I went to lie down. I was laying on the couch, not fully asleep, kind of in a lucid dream state. In this dream state, I heard a voice say, "Don, I am going to give you $10 million, but in order for that to happen, you have to go back to the way you were 5 years ago." In the dream, I unequivocally said, "No." At that moment, I rose up, completely awake, and opened my eyes. I remembered what happened in the dream. I reviewed the conversation and the answer was hell no. There was no amount of money that would make me want to go back to being the person I was just 5 years ago. I'd come too far in my journey toward inner peace. Even though my financially stressful situation hadn't changed upon my waking, I had more peace about it. In the spring of 1996, I ran out of options. I had about $2,000 left on a credit card for cash advances, and all my creditors had to be informed that I couldn't make even the minimum payments. 18 livingfromtheinsideout. The bank that held my first mortgage and the equity line of credit had to know I was looking at foreclosure. Then my family, friends, and creditors would all know the truth. I had to sit down and write letters to all my creditors. Once I had all the letters done and in stamped envelopes, I just had to take them out to the mailbox for the mailman to pick up. I took them out to the box and went back to the house. I sat in the dining room and watched the mailbox. A few minutes later, I got up and retrieved the letters from the box and brought them back inside. I repeated this anguished sequence, back and forth, for the next couple of hours. Finally, I was about to bring the letters back to the house one last time when the mail truck pulled up and the mailman beat me to them. The letters were gone. I felt a huge sense of relief, but my financial problems continued. After several months of missing mortgage payments, the bank called and told me they would have to foreclose. I told them I understood. I was sorry, but there seemed to be nothing I could do. Shortly after this conversation with the bank, a friend of mine called and asked me to lunch. He had been to my home many times and knew I was having some difficulties, but had no idea about the depth of the hole I dug myself into. I assumed he was financially well off, but it never felt appropriate to ask him for a loan. He took me to an Indian restaurant and asked, "Don, how are things with you?" I opened up in a way I would have never been able to do years ago before the meetings. By this time, I had done much inner work and had lost my sense of shame or embarrassment. I wasn't begging for anything or complaining. I just told him the facts. P. Arsenal GROWTH 19. He said, "I'd hate to see you lose your house. How far behind are you?" "I'm probably $5,000 behind with my mortgage and equity line." "Do you have any collateral?" I had a 1986 Acura Legend that was paid for, so I replied that I have my car. He said if I give him the title to my car, he would loan me $5,000. I thought, what the hell? I won't be able to pay him back and I won't have a house or a car. Yet, my inner guidance said, do it. I turned over the title to him and he gave me $5,000. The next day I went to the bank and paid them. I was able to stop the foreclosure on my house before it was too late. I had not been active in the real estate business for a couple of years by this point, but out of the blue, within 2 weeks of turning over my car title, I got calls from 2 different people about listings on properties that I had in the late 80s before I got out of the business. One was a piece of land that I had listed for 2 years without a single inquiry. The other was some low-income apartments which I'd gotten offers on, but the deals always fell through because no one could get financing on them. Within 60 days, both of these deals had closed and I made $90,000. That money was gone pretty quickly to stop the bleeding, but this got me back in the real estate business. Things began to happen like magic, and not a moment too soon. By the skin of my teeth, I never had to declare bankruptcy or lose my house or car. The worst thing that happened from all this was that my credit was ruined and I could survive that. 20 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. When these amazing things started happening that summer, I'd been doing some deep personal growth work for 6 years at that point and was in tune with my intuition. When I started making money again, I was given the guidance that I should give away 10%. Here I was $500,000 in debt and my ego was saying, what the hell? You can't afford to give money away right now. But I was comfortable following that guidance, so I did give away 10% of my income for 6 years until I got the guidance that it wasn't necessary anymore. I gave away $50,000 to charities and individual people doing good work while I was still in debt myself. From 1996 until 2001, I was averaging about $160,000 per year in real estate, working 12 to 15 hours per week. I was running my business from a totally different perspective using many of the tools I had acquired in my search for personal and spiritual growth. I started operating my business from a place of worrying less about competition and more about cooperation. My exterior world was beginning to reflect my inner world of peace and love. There I was in my mid-50s, at a time when I would have hoped to be ready to retire comfortably, and I was back to zero with poor credit. I laugh at this now, but it felt good to be back at zero instead of in the negatives. I was still intensely immersed in personal growth, learning about consciousness, energy, and everything I could to bring love, peace, and joy into my life. Then in 2003, a friend invited me to Los Angeles to take a course that he had been after me to take for some time. He was so certain I should take the course that he told me I could stay with him to save money on accommodations. The course was called Thought Field Therapy, and it's what put all the pieces of all my previous inner work into place for. P. Arsenal GROWTH 21. Me. TFT answered the question about how to solve addiction, which was missing in the 12-step process. TFT gets to the root of addictive behavior instead of putting a band-aid on the problem by only treating the behavior itself. TFT explained how someone can have a traumatic experience and, even 10 years later, just thinking about it can trigger the emotions they felt, as if it were happening all over again. TFT helped me understand how grieving could be dealt with in a more effective way, to retain the sweet remembrances without the sadness. I found TFT so powerful and resonant that I tapped into my inner guidance and decided to leave real estate to take up teaching this modality full-time. If you're not familiar with thought field therapy, it might sound too good to be true, but it really works. It's the practice of tapping on acupressure points to unclog any negative energy in order to balance yourself so you can feel more aligned and at peace. There are specific sequences of tapping for particular issues, and once the energy is flowing properly, you feel lighter and much less stressed. Even though I knew I was being called to practice and teach TFT, I argued with God for 2 years. I was afraid. Leaving a successful career in real estate, especially after only recently having gotten back on my feet financially, to teach something that most people hadn't heard of made no logical sense. I was making money again. I could look after myself and pay my bills while working only 12 to 15 hours per week. Why should I give all that up? Besides, working so few hours a week gave me plenty of time to practice this new modality without quitting real estate. Wasn't that good enough? 22 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. I tried reasoning with my higher power. I kept telling God, just give me enough clients and I will let my real estate business go. What counted as enough was how many clients it took to pay my bills. I was in real estate for 25 years and had my own company, which worked on big deals. When I closed a real estate deal, I sometimes got $50,000 or $100,000. I may have only gotten 3 paychecks a year, but it was good money. I always worked on performance rather than by hour because if you're good, that's the better deal. I was hoping to consistently generate $4,000 to $5,000 a month with my energy work, but my income kept going up and down. And I kept doing the dance of Don's way versus God's way. In the end, I never did get enough clients to be comfortable, I just jumped. Before I started charging clients, I wanted to see if I could do energy work based on performance because that's how I'd been working in real estate for years. But I found that's not feasible for energy work because it's subjective and no one but the client can decide when they're done. Plus, there's always more healing to do since no one is perfect and no one has it all figured out. Clients have been coming to me with issues they'd had for years, sometimes even decades, and sometimes for as long as they could remember. I was able to assess their needs, get to the root of the problem, figure out the healing modalities I thought would work best for them, and clear up these long-time recurring issues. I always felt like the client was getting more value than what they were paying for because you truly can't put a price on mental peace and emotional freedom. I can't remember if I started off charging $150 or $200 an hour. People always think it's a lot of money before they actually do a session and see the results, then they realize it's actually cheap. I've seen people who spend thousands. P. Ursinal GROWTH 23 of dollars every year doing talk therapy, which takes longer to work and sometimes doesn't get the kind of lasting results they're hoping for. People who aren't familiar with the healing modalities I use might think they sound silly or just too good to be true, but you have to trust enough to have the experience. You'll believe it when you see it. In the fall of 2004, I was willing to trade real estate for thought field therapy. I knew that I had to take that first leap of faith and the rest would follow. It was 16 years ago now since I made the commitment. I have never made as much money as I did in real estate, but I've always had what I needed, when I needed it. What more could I ask for? What I learned from Albert was valuable, but TFT took me to a whole new level of understanding about addiction and holding on to negative emotions. I have come to learn that when you do your inner work and take the needed action, things work out. Everything I went through was a teachable moment to show me how to live from the inside out. Chapter 2. Beliefs based on truth. Don't let authority be your truth, let truth be your authority. Gerald Massey. T. Get to the point of personal transformation, we need to ask questions. Sometimes the questions are simple, though they have complicated answers. Sometimes the questions are deep, but can be answered with simplicity. One thing you can be sure of is that truth stands up to any scrutiny. Don't be afraid to expose all your beliefs to the light. If we want to live an authentic life, we must question. It may be scary to look objectively at your belief systems, especially since our belief systems are what runs our life. This is the cycle of creation. My aim is not to change your beliefs, but to make you secure in them, thinking for yourself. You will find that with the knowledge and tools you gain, transformation is possible. Regardless of your current life situation, it is possible to have peace, love, and joy. That may seem hard to believe, but I ask you to be open to that possibility. Whenever I have multi-session clients, I acknowledge that I 26 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT am not a guru with all the answers. So don't believe anything I say without questioning it against your own inner truth, just be open to exploring. There are many ways to the top of the mountain and you must find your own path. Concepts to consider. The cycle of creation, COC, beliefs determine how you think, and your thoughts determine how you feel, and your feelings determine how you act, and your actions determine the results you get, which then reinforces the belief that led to that result. All negative emotions are caused by an imbalance in your energy system. Thus, it is not what happens that causes you to feel a certain way, it's the energy imbalance, which is caused by the above COC. There are a number of techniques that can effectively and quickly correct these imbalances and thus relieve the negative emotion associated with that imbalance. Being alive means we are spiritual beings having a physical experience, and all our experiences are opportunities for spiritual growth. Thus, there are no bad, good, right, or wrong experiences, only opportunities for growth. The essence of who we are always has and always will exist. Death in this life can be considered as birth into another dimension of existence. The most important thing we can do in the physical realm is to get as much spiritual growth as possible, regardless of our circumstances. Nothing has any meaning in and of itself. Things only have the meaning we give them. Meaning is relative and depends. B. Eliphs based on T. Ruth chapter 27. On the stories a person makes up about something that happens. Even simple concepts such as picnic, ice cream, church, party, and school have totally different meanings for different people. Each of us exists in several realms: spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical. The physical is the grossest realm and imbalances show up there last. For optimal healing, we need to work at all levels. Our separateness is an illusion. We are all connected and are one with each other and the universe at our essence. Think of a body of water where many cups have been dipped out. You can identify the cups as separate, our bodies, and when you pour the water back into where it was dipped from, spirit, then you can no longer identify any particular cup of water. Heaven and hell are states of mind and not places. The human game is composed of dualities such as this and right, wrong, good, bad, up, down, ego, spirit, and the like. Our challenge is to balance it all and focus on who we really are and not get caught up in the illusions. All of these concepts will be explored in greater detail. If they seem strange to you or weren't what you grew up hearing, it's probably not the belief system of your family or community. The belief system we have, whatever it may be, is likely handed down to us. It is how we were indoctrinated. Beliefs determine how you think, and your thoughts determine how you feel, and your feelings determine how you act, and your actions determine the results you get. 28 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. I was indoctrinated in the Catholic religion. These beliefs were taught to me by my parents, grandparents, relatives, teachers, and priests, and for the first 18 years of my life I didn't question them. Everyone around me appeared to believe the same thing, so why would I think any differently? My religious beliefs impacted how I thought about things, how I felt, and determined my actions. My beliefs were based in fear of consequences and punishment. Sin was at the heart of all doctrine. There was original sin, venial sin, and mortal sin. It was clearly laid out, and obedience or disobedience of the doctrine would result in different eternal outcomes: heaven, hell, purgatory, limbo, or some combination. The belief of original sin means that people are born with a blemish on the soul that has to be removed by baptism. So, if a child was to die before they were baptized, original sin would indicate he could neither go to heaven or hell. He would be condemned to limbo for eternity. Venial sin was a minor infraction of the rules, like disobeying your mother, lying, cheating, stealing, and the like. There was a whole list of venial sins. If you died before confessing these venial sins, you would go to purgatory, which is like a holding pen where your soul would have to hang out until you were cleansed enough to move to heaven. Mortal sin was a bigger deal. Mortal sins included murder, sex outside of marriage, masturbation, eating meat on Fridays during Lent, missing Mass or a holy day, and more. There was a list of mortal sins too. If you died before confessing one of these sins and receiving absolution, you would go straight to hell, eternal torment. B. Eliphs based on T. Ruth chapter 29. How do you think believing this about sin and the different consequences affected my thinking? Fear is a huge motivator. I took caution not to do anything that would land me in hell, despite what my actual desires might be. If I saw other Catholics who were not abiding by the rules, I was judgmental, frustrated, and annoyed. I did everything I was told to be a good boy and end up in heaven, so at the time I found it pathetic and weak when others couldn't or wouldn't do the same. You probably read this and laughed at how ridiculous and self-righteous it sounds, and you'd be right. But back then it seemed like the only way. I was like a fish in water surrounded by everyone who thought the same way. We moved as a school, always together and headed in the same direction. I was taught to let authority be my truth. When I got to college and met others with differing beliefs, they would hear my beliefs and laugh. I was constantly defending Catholicism. But then it got me thinking. I took a step back and objectively looked at my beliefs. The first thing was sex outside of marriage being a mortal sin. I asked myself, what was really wrong with sex outside of marriage? Was a healthy person supposed to go without a natural desire just because they weren't married? Was all sex between married people healthy? I could only come up with 3 reasons to avoid sex in or out of marriage: unwanted pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, or emotional problems related to sexual intimacy. But to conclude it was so grievous a sin that it would send people to hell, point blank, no questions asked, seemed over the top. This led to questioning other things that were classified as mortal sins like masturbation and eating meat on Friday. 30 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Questioned everything. When my friends and I talk about this now, we laugh. They say, "Don, as smart as you are, how did you not question all this when you were a kid?" But everyone around me thought that way, so it didn't occur to me that I could or should consider thinking differently. Once I saw that I couldn't accept these core beliefs, I could no longer be a Catholic. I went to my parents, teachers, and priest in an effort to know the truth and see if I was missing something. When I went to them with questions, the answer was always the same: that I shouldn't worry about it and just pray. My parents, teachers, and priest were all personally threatened by my questions because they saw the absurdity and irony themselves, but were afraid to question it. As much as my religious beliefs impacted me negatively for 18 years, they also taught me that love cannot come out of fear and that any belief system that uses fear to control or manage people cannot be true. Love and inner peace are what creates a loving, peaceful outer world. Consider a child raised in a family who teaches them they are a worthwhile person. They are taught they are an inherently good person and can do anything they set their mind to. Their view of the world will be different from those raised in an abusive, fear-oriented culture where an us versus them mentality prevails. Simply believing the world is a safe place or a dangerous place will affect your responses and reactions. If you grew up believing the world is a safe place, criticism will flow off your back much easier than one who grew up believing the world is out to get you. The conclusion I've come to believe is that events don't cause feelings. When two people with different belief systems experience beliefs based on T. Ruth Chapter 31. The same event, the reactions or responses can be opposite. A simple example is this. Imagine two people are in a car accident and must be hospitalized. One maintains a positive attitude and recovers quickly. The other goes into a depression and takes much longer to heal. It's also possible that the one who took the longest to heal could maintain a positive attitude throughout the ordeal, and the one who healed more quickly may feel resentful at having been in the accident in the first place. Either way, both were in the same event. What makes the difference is how they thought about the event. Their response to stress is in their belief system about how they see the world. It's our choice whether we look at ourselves as victims or seize opportunities to grow and benefit from our circumstances. Start identifying some of your beliefs, especially the ones that aren't really true. Perhaps you believe you're not good enough, not pretty enough, or the world is a dangerous place. Those are the ones you want to let go. Or maybe you believe better, more helpful things like life is beautiful, people are good, and you are safe. Those are the ones you want to hold on to. Make a list of your beliefs, including your spiritual beliefs as well. Include whether you believe you're going to heaven or hell when you die, whether God will punish you if you don't do things a certain way, and others. When I talk about living from the inside out, this is the core of it. The way you live your life is a reflection of your belief system. Your beliefs are running 24/7 in your subconscious and affect everything you say and do. Examining your beliefs can be a huge wake-up call. Having done this work professionally for 16 years and my own personal inner work for 30 years, it is clear that many of the 32 livingfromtheinsideout recurring challenges in my life boil down to one root cause: my belief system. Any conflict that continues to pop up can be traced back to your beliefs. Don't be afraid to question things. Any belief that cannot stand up to scrutiny and questioning is weak and likely not serving your highest self. The phrase, "Do not let authority be your truth, let truth be your authority," resonates with me. Think about the places in your life where you let authority dictate your truth. Truth comes through your own experiences. Your beliefs are causing negative thoughts and emotions, so you need to change the root problem. You can talk about the symptoms endlessly, change religions, or move across the world, but nothing will change until the beliefs running 24/7 in your mind are examined and corrected. All negative emotions are caused by an imbalance in your energy system. Think about when you're feeling excited, happy, or safe, and about how you feel energetically when you're experiencing positive emotions. Your energy is high, you're focused, and your body is at ease. Conversely, how do you feel energetically when you're angry, upset, sad, or anxious? You likely have a fuzzy brain, you're not expressing yourself clearly, and you may even limit interactions, isolating yourself. A simple example of an imbalance in our energy system is a battery. You have a positive and negative pole, and if you put the battery in backwards, it doesn't work. If you turn it around to its correct alignment, it works fine. Human bodies are electrical systems, and that's what happens to us when our energy isn't directed to where it's meant to go. Beliefs based on T. Ruth Chapter 33. This is another way to say that events don't cause your feelings. It is how you think about those events that determine how you feel. Whenever people doubt me on this, I tell them the story of how I learned to love cooking and why I now see cooking as a spiritual practice. Everyone likes to eat good food, though not all of us want to prepare it and few of us want to do the cleanup. Staying out of the kitchen was my approach for most of my life. I was raised in a traditional Lebanese family and community where many activities revolved around sharing food, and it was the women's role to handle it all. The men just showed up at the table and were served, ate their fill, and left while the women cleaned up the mess. That was just what everyone around me did, so I never thought to question it. My hands-off attitude in the kitchen continued into my first marriage. My wife only got into cooking because I had no skills to speak of, and we both saw cooking as one of her roles in the marriage. Soon, she became a fantastic cook. This lasted for 16 years until we got divorced in 1990. and it was only then that she told me she had never enjoyed cooking and only did it out of love for me. What a revelation! I had no idea she had felt that way for all those years. This was a good gauge of my sensitivity and emotional intelligence at that stage of my life. I had so much to learn and so much work to do on myself. Soon after our divorce, it occurred to me that there was now no one to put those tasty meals on the table 3 times a day with delicious snacks whipped up in between. I didn't enjoy eating out, especially not alone, so I didn't see that as an option. The unthinkable idea that I should learn to cook for myself appeared. 34 livingfromtheinsideout. In my consciousness, and I found myself actually considering it seriously. I called my former wife and asked her if she would give me some of her old recipes. She agreed, only after recovering from convulsive laughter at the thought of me cooking. I sat down at the table with a notepad and pen and began to remember some of my favorite meals, snacks, and desserts. I sent her a list of dishes, and the next week she called and said I could come pick up the recipes. When I arrived to get them, she pointed to a couple of large boxes and said I should take those also. She was giving me an entire set of heavy-duty stainless steel cookware. "But what will you cook with?" I asked. "The next man I get involved with will not even know that I can cook," she said. Thus began my journey into the unfamiliar world of menu planning, grocery shopping, and meal prep. Another revelation: I quickly realized I'd never really appreciated all the women who had cooked meals for me over the years. I fell into a routine that I followed for the next 2 years. I would make a list of the things I wanted to eat for the coming week, look at the recipes to see what ingredients I would need, make a grocery list, and go shopping. I hated all of it and really resented all the work it took just to have a meal that would be eaten in 20 minutes. Nonetheless, I did find it interesting to start with raw ingredients and, most of the time, end up with something edible, and sometimes even end up with a pretty good meal. I even got into making bread, pie crusts, and granola. Leaves based on T. Ruth chapter 35. Still, I had a bad attitude about the entire process and resented all the work it took just to fulfill my basic human need to eat. Then, in the spring of 1992, a miracle happened and it changed my whole perspective on food and life in general. I had been exploring the metaphysical world and learning about consciousness, intention, and energy. I had taken a level 1 Reiki class and was learning about how our attitudes and intentions affect everything. One day, I was sitting in my dining room having lunch and watching the birds and squirrels in the front yard. Suddenly, I had this revelation that eating the meal in front of me was all part of a much larger picture. It became clear to me that all the activities I did to have that food in front of me were connected and that the energy of it all was in the food. In being bitter toward the process of cooking, I was eating my anger, resentments, and bad attitude related to all the efforts that it took to get the food on the table. This changed my approach to cooking and life in a profound way from that instant forward. After that, I started finding fun in the process and bringing an attitude of joy with me to the kitchen. What I found is that when I looked for fun, I found it, and when I brought the joy with me, it tended to hang around. So instead of infusing my dishes with anger and resentment, I infused them with love. I began noticing that when I cooked for others, even when I was making the same dishes I always had and was going through the same physical motions as I always had with that meal, people started telling me they tasted better. They would ask, "Don, what did you do differently this time?" The secret ingredient really is love. The act of making the meal didn't change, I did. The emotions I brought to the process of cooking could literally be 36 livingfromtheinsideout. Tasted in the meal. That's just one of the many ways I know that it's not the events that cause negative emotions, it's how we decide to react. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience. All experiences and opportunities, good or bad, right or wrong, are growth opportunities. You may believe death is the end of all things, or you may believe you go to heaven or hell. Either way, it's a belief you may want to challenge or be open to examining. Einstein said, "Energy cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be changed from one form to another." So the essence of who we are always has and always will exist. Death is an illusion. It is a birth into another dimension of existence. Therefore, it can be said that the essence of us is not our bodies or personality, not our degrees or certifications, not how we look or whether we have perfect health or are ailing. That is not who we really are. We are spiritual beings, and after this material body is gone, our essence goes on. I believe there is something beyond this life, though I don't know what that may be, as no one can prove what happens after death. From my experience, our highest purpose is not to get the most education, make the most money, be famous, or produce as many children as possible. None of that really matters. The purpose of life is spiritual growth or consciousness. When we leave this life, we don't take spouses, children, degrees, certifications, or money. We don't take any material things with us. All we take with us at death is our consciousness. Nothing has any meaning in and of itself. Meaning is relative depending on the stories someone makes up about. B. Eliphas, based on T. Ruth, chapter 37. Something that happens. Nothing has meaning except the meaning we give it. Everything goes back to what you believe. Think of the many connotations that are conjured up by different people when they hear simple words like picnic, ice cream, church, party, and school. You may have good feelings associated with those words. For instance, when you think of a picnic, you may think of a pleasant outing with family or friends, regardless of whether you have been on one or not. You may have seen one in a movie and it left you with that impression. For another person, it may remind them of the dysfunctional family they were raised in and how any outing ended in disaster. Even if there were some fun times as a family, you might more readily remember the fighting and discord. You believe whenever your family gets together it's a bad thing, and this belief might have carried over to other areas throughout your life. We all have created stories about what certain words mean to us. We all have created stories about events that happened in our lives. Multiple people can have lived through the same experience and have totally different meanings associated with that event. It's not the experience itself, but how each of you thought about the event. Each of us exists in several realms: spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical. The physical is the grossest realm, and imbalances show up there last. For optimal healing, we need to work at all levels. When I started on this path 30 years ago studying consciousness and energy, this was a huge revelation. I was extremely judgmental of some of my best teachers. Some were overweight, they had 38 livingfromtheinsideout. Horrible eating habits, no exercise routines, they drank too much, or they smoked. I was looking at the physical and wondering, how can they teach me anything? What I came to learn is that the physical body is a facade. It is important in some ways because consciousness includes the physical body as well, but the physical body is far from being the only thing we should consider about others. Think about the people in your life where your first impression was that they were beautiful. Then, as you got to know them, you may have found them to be greedy, mean, or manipulative. All of a sudden, they didn't look so attractive anymore. The flip side is meeting someone you didn't think was very attractive, but as you got to know them, they radiated beauty. Their kindness, generosity, compassion, heart energy, and reliability changed your view of them. This is why I say the physical is the grossest realm. What I mean by that is that physical symptoms like cancer, heart problems, and other diseases show up in the body because often the spiritual, mental, and emotional realms are not being cared for properly. For example, the health system today is invaluable when it comes to car accidents or other injuries. You go to the doctor or hospital and they deal with the broken bones and other trauma. They have amazing technological advances and tremendous surgeons that can literally put a person back together. I know that firsthand from my own accident. However, for non-accident-related health problems, medical science finds that 85 to 90% of physical illnesses are stress-related. They are a result of built-up negative emotions over extended periods of time. Your mental, emotional, and spiritual states create symptoms in your body. This relates back to your belief system. Fear about. B. Eliphas, based on T. Ruth, chapter 39. Anything, whether it is your eternal destiny or over physical things in your day-to-day lives, will manifest in the physical. You may say you have a great life, lots of money, friendships, health, and more. Even if that's the case, imagine if you were to lose any one of those things. What if you were suddenly struck with an incurable illness? Or if your partner, family, or friends disappeared? What if you lost your job and all of your money? Would you be able to grieve these losses and get on with living a full life? How attached are you to the physical realm? All physical things are temporary and can change in an instant. Don't get me wrong. We all love the comforts that money can buy and loving family and relationships. There's nothing wrong with that. However, if your inner peace, self-love, and joy are founded on material things, it's fundamentally unsustainable. Our separateness is an illusion. We are all connected and one at our essence. This is a concept that has been taught for thousands of years. Jesus said, "As my Father and I are one, so you and I are one." John chapter 10 verse 30. It may be a difficult concept to take to heart because we all look different, think differently, and have numerous languages and cultures. Yet, when you work heart to heart with people of differing backgrounds, financial means, varying degrees of success in relationships and business, it becomes clear that we are part of a universal consciousness. Recognizing the essence of each person, or the God in everyone, is seeing the spiritual instead of the physical. A lake is called a body of water. Many cups of water can be dipped out and you can identify the cups as separate. When you pour the water back into the lake, then you can no longer identify. 40 livingfromtheinsideout. Any particular cup of water. So, too, is it with each individual person and the larger consciousness of the universe. Heaven and hell are states of mind, not places. Growing up in the Catholic Church, I was taught there was heaven and hell, and you generally end up in one of those two places, with perhaps a detour through purgatory, depending on your behavior. Consider that if we are all part of one consciousness and if there is a Creator who made all His children and are therefore part of Him, how can He send one of His children to be tormented for eternity in damnation? If we are children of God and are made in His image, how many of you could send any of your own children to burn in hell eternally, regardless of their sins? Even if they are a drug addict, thief, murderer, or prostitute. When it was their time to die and their soul had to be sent somewhere, could you send them to hell as punishment? Hopefully, this chapter has stirred your thinking about your own beliefs and has helped you understand whether these are really your beliefs or something you took from someone else and never questioned. Examining our beliefs leads us to life from the heart, from the inside radiating out. Chapter 3. Congruence. Psychologist Carl Rogers used the word congruence when describing this relationship between the idealized self and the real self. Congruence is when the two selves fit harmoniously, when a person's idealized self is congruent with their actual behavior. Grayson Perry, The Descent of Man. C. Congruence is when your thoughts, words, and actions are all pulling in the same direction because they are all in alignment. One example of congruence is a laser beam. All the light is focused together in the same pattern, in the same wavelength, and into one powerful, singular beam of light. Congruence, by itself, can transform your life because staying in congruence allows you to use less energy, spend less time worrying over decisions, and have more time enjoying life. You may have experienced random moments of congruence in your life when something you're doing comes easy, you're getting a lot more done and with less effort. Anytime you're feeling stressed out, overwhelmed, pressed for time, scatterbrained and frustrated, it's likely you're out of congruence. 42 livingfromtheinsideout. The first step is to set priorities. Let me give you an example of a person who is out of congruence. Bob is a 37-year-old man with a stay-at-home wife and 2 children, ages 8 and 10. He has a career in the financial industry and likes to play golf. He's a Christian and attends church regularly. I asked Bob what his top 5 most important things in life were, in order of priority. He replied they're his family, job, religion, health, and golf. Let's dive a little deeper and see how Bob is spending his time. Bob told me he works 50 hours a week in a job he doesn't particularly like, which creates a lot of stress. He looks forward to holidays and weekends. He keeps his job for the money he can earn, but also for the healthcare benefits for himself and his family. He plays golf on Saturdays and Sundays as part of 2 regular foursomes. Golf is the way he relieves stress from work and juggling family life. Playing golf takes about 5 or 6 hours by the time you get to the course, play around, socialize a bit and get back home. It's a good half day. He goes to church with his family on Sunday. It's an hour or hour and a half if you visit a little bit after the service. He spends, on average, an hour and a half each weekday with his children and wife. On weekends it's a little more. He doesn't have an exercise routine because of time constraints. Golf is the only exercise he gets and he is riding on a cart most of the time. When the weather is bad and he can't play golf, he spends that time with his wife and children. According to Bob, his family is the most important but his job is getting the most investment. Bob said golf was last on his list of 5 priorities, but in actuality golf appears to be number 2. See Congruence 43. Because of the amount of time spent. That means his family has gotten pushed down to 3rd place and his health and religion are at the bottom. Bob is out of congruence. There is no judgment about a priority list and there are no right or wrong answers. The key takeaway is that when you express what's most important to you, you should be able to put it under a microscope and it show you the truth. In Bob's case, he said his family was number 1 and his job was number 2. If he is spending 50 hours a week at work, he obviously wouldn't be able to spend that much time with his family. However, his family can still be number 1 if each member of his family feels their cup is being filled. They need to feel they are getting what they need from him and he is fully available to them. He may not be able to take time from his job, but he would have to examine what he can take time and energy from to be more present with his family. Golf would be the obvious choice. How can Bob become congruent with his priorities? First, he would want to talk with his wife to see if her needs are being filled. If not, he will need to make some adjustments to give her more time and attention, so she feels fulfilled in the relationship. His children are 8 and 10, so they no doubt have friends and activities to occupy them, but he would do well to communicate with them to see what they need to feel valued. Friendships and extracurricular activities are no replacement for a father, especially at such a young age, so he would need to ensure that his presence, the amount of quality time he spends with them, is sufficient to meet their needs. He doesn't exercise and only goes to church for an hour a week. The only possible place where time can be taken from 2:44 livingfromtheinsideout. Accommodate his family's needs is golf. Perhaps he can arrange to play golf twice a month or whatever would satisfy his family's needs, which is at the top of his list. This is not to say that Bob can't do things he enjoys outside of his family or maintain friendships, only that Bob didn't name friendships on his list of priorities and the point is to align one's time and attention with one's stated goals and priorities. Something you may have noticed is that Bob omits himself from his priority list. There's no time allotted for him to fill his needs and fill his cup. This happens often, especially for people with caretaking responsibilities in their family. We're busy holding down a job and scrambling around taking care of everyone else's needs, such that we neglect our own care. When I was younger, I didn't consciously think about priorities. When all the wheels started falling off my life in my late 40s, I was forced to take a look at what was important to me. My main focus for the first 45 years of my life was playing games and competing. Sports and card games, especially poker, took a lot of my time and energy. After I got married and had kids, that shifted. I quit competing so much and spent more time being with the family. I probably did a better job filling my 2 sons' cups than I did filling my wife's cup. This led to the eventual parting of the ways for us. I didn't nurture the relationship and, truthfully, it was because I didn't really know how. Until I was 18, I spent a lot of time nurturing my religious faith. I went to parochial school, was an altar boy, and went to Mass and confession regularly. Once I questioned my faith and determined I couldn't conscientiously participate, from age 18 until 45 there was virtually no energy spent on spirituality. See Congruence 45. For most of my life, I've been out of congruence. Now, I can look back and see how this lack of congruence affected my life in detrimental ways. Though my younger years were marked by ever-shifting priorities, my priorities over the last 20 years haven't really changed. We should reevaluate as necessary since life changes and the people in our lives change, as well as the roles they play and the significance of those roles. Regardless, whatever your priorities are at any stage of life, it's critical to be congruent. After much introspection and work on myself, I came up with my list of priorities. 1. Spiritual and personal growth. 2. Mental, emotional, and physical health. 3. Relationships. 4. Work. 5. All other activities, hobbies and entertainment, etc. You might be wondering what the difference is between number 1 and number 2, or why mental, emotional, and physical health are labeled as one priority while spiritual and personal growth are labeled as a separate priority. Maybe you feel my number 1 and number 2 priorities should be one single priority, or that each item, spiritual, personal, mental, emotional, and physical, should all be their own individual priorities. It's okay if your list looks different. Our lists of priorities are deeply personal and reflect our lives as we strive for them to be. Personally, I combine personal and spiritual growth because they're the same to me. I see spiritual growth as the growth of the soul and having nothing to do with the mind, emotions, or body. The essence of me is my spirit, which is housed in my body, and 46 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. The purpose of the body is to allow me to have experiences that I couldn't have without it. That's why I think of mental, emotional, and physical health as one item and why I believe taking care of my body should be my second priority. This works for me because since the spring of 1992, when I had a spiritual awakening, I felt the power and presence of something beyond myself. You can call this a higher power, universal consciousness, universal life force, God, or something else. I call that presence God. This sense of presence hasn't changed, so I feel that operating from the spirit is the way to an optimal life. I believe there's something beyond our intellect that operates around us. I believe that after my physical bodies are gone, my consciousness, or soul, goes on. So, for me, this personal spiritual growth is the only thing that's permanent. My family, home, car, education, and money in the bank is all temporary. At some point it will be gone. I will lose some of it while I am still here, but when I die, it will all be gone. I can't take any of it with me to the grave. That's why spiritual and personal growth is priority number 1. My second priority, which is taking care of my mental, emotional, and physical health, is essential to operate at my best. When my cup is full, I have a lot more to offer to my family, work, and other relationships. I must first take care of myself in order to participate fully and be truly present with others. I call this sacred selfishness. My third priority is relationships. Of course, some relationships are of greater importance than others. I'm married, so my wife is my number 1 priority as far as relationships. I have to ensure that she is getting what she needs from me. My children are grown. See Congruence 47. Now, so they have families of their own to care for. It's important to me that my family, siblings, friends, and clients feel I'm present with them and they're important to me. My fourth priority is my business. Being an emotional freedom coach is important to me. It gives me energy and fulfillment because it changes people's lives. The reason it's my fourth priority is that I'm able to do a better job helping my clients if I'm taking care of myself and have good relationships with the people in my life. My fifth priority is what I loosely call entertainment. For me, this means reading, visiting with friends, cooking, films that educate or entertain me, and other enjoyable activities. These things rank on my list of priorities, but shouldn't come at the expense of my higher priorities. If I were to find I was spending a lot of time on entertainment, I would find other priorities being neglected and I would be out of congruence. Since I'm clear on my priorities, I can regularly evaluate whether I'm congruent. If I'm out of whack, I can make adjustments. How do I stay congruent? To keep my number one priority, I need to spend at least 2 hours a day reading, meditating, contemplating, and interacting with people who nurture my growth. Daily, I interact with my wife, and as our spiritual, personal growth is a top priority for both of us, much of our interaction and conversations feed that growth. For my physical health, I walk daily in nature, if possible. I also ensure that I'm eating well, drinking enough water, and exercising. With relationships, even though my biggest investment is with my wife, I make sure I communicate regularly with family and 48 livingfromtheinsideout. Friends, so they know they're important to me. At times, I ask if they need anything from me, since communicating needs to each other is important if we want to be congruent. Write down your own list of priorities below. 1. Blank, underscore, blank. 2. Blank, underscore, blank. 3. Blank, underscore, blank. 4. Blank, underscore, blank. 5. Blank, underscore, blank. Now, be brutally honest with yourself. Are you honoring that list in practice? If not, where can you make adjustments? In Bob's case, he had to be honest with himself that in actuality, his job was number one. He may realize with his current job situation he cannot make his family his top priority. But with golf falling at number 2, there are realistic changes he can make to raise his family to number 2. If he is serious about having his family as a top priority, he may have to make adjustments in his work schedule to reduce his time there or consider changing jobs in the future. The goal is for Bob to be honest about what he sees, then work in harmony with those realizations to be congruent. It is not about right or wrong, but getting in congruence. Make your priority list, then take a look at how you are spending your time, energy, and resources. See if you can readjust your situation to become congruent with what you say is important to you. If you can't make the needed changes, you need to change your priority list so you will be congruent. If at a later time you see ways to change that list to what you feel is more in line with your priorities, make those changes. See Congruence 49. In my 12-week coaching program, most of my clients came to the conclusion that their personal, spiritual growth and health need to be a top priority. It's worth considering. Should we spend all our time, energy, and money on things we can lose at any time and will inevitably lose completely? Or should we concentrate on our everlasting well-being? Once you've made your priority list and allocated sufficient resources to support those priorities, how do you stay congruent? This is where discernment, boundaries, and communication come in. Let's revisit Bob's story and imagine a world where he's in congruence. Bob's 50-hour workweek cannot be changed at the moment. When Bob gets home at 5:30 p.m. at night, he spends time with his wife and children. They have dinner together, and afterwards, he spends more time with his children. He plays with them, reads them a story at bedtime, and then he has some time with his wife. To add some physical exercise, he may wake up a half hour earlier and jog or walk before going to work. He may look for other ways to get exercise and spend time with his family as well. What about going hiking with the family or going on a family bike ride? He adds meditation or inspirational reading for 15 to 30 minutes before he goes to bed each night. He has altered his golfing schedule to free up at least 2 weekends a month to increase quality time with his wife and children. Let's say one of his children has a piano recital coming up on the weekend and he has committed to spending several hours to support his kid's commitment. But one of Bob's buddies calls a couple of days before the weekend to tell him they got an awesome deal on a golf. 50 livingfromtheinsideout weekend, and they would like to include him. Going on the golf trip would be fun, and Bob's wife could fill his commitment to his child's program, and he could spend another weekend doing something with his child. However, using discernment would require Bob to consider his priorities and prior commitment. He would say no to his buddies and put his child's needs ahead of this. This establishes a boundary and communicates that his family must take priority over playing golf with his buddies. The same goes for his health. He might like to sleep a bit longer, but if he is going to prioritize his health, getting up that half hour earlier will be the course of discernment. In another instance, Bob's family plans to go to a movie on a weeknight, and at the last minute he realizes that to meet a deadline he will have to work late that evening. Since he's been prioritizing his family at this point and his family is getting what they need, discernment says that he calls his wife to discuss the matter. Tonight, Bob may need to focus on the job, because it is his #1 priority. Discernment is needed when you have decisions to make that could cause you to neglect something that has a higher priority in your life. Discernment says you make the choice that supports your higher priorities. Boundaries are what allows you to follow through on the decision you make with your discernment. For example, if you're establishing a routine of meditation and exercise in the mornings, let your family know and tell them how to support you with this important lifestyle change. Explain that you won't be available for 40 minutes in the mornings because you have to take care of yourself. In doing so, you communicate your boundaries to your family. See Congruence 51. Communicate your boundaries with your family and in all other relationships so your priorities are not neglected. Priorities, discernment, and boundaries mean you're looking after your inner self and living from the inside out. Chapter 4. Meditation. Meditation is a vital way to purify and quiet the mind, thus rejuvenating the body. Deepak Chopra. In the fall of 1974, my new wife and I moved to Colorado Springs because I was stationed there for the military. It was an adventure for us to move away from family and friends and start a new life together. After getting settled in, I saw an advertisement for a free introduction to transcendental meditation. It promised that you could have peace and serenity in your life despite what was going on around you. The ad talked about how your thoughts affect everything, which intrigued me, so I suggested we check it out. We were with roughly 35 other people in attendance. The talk was motivational and inspired both me and my wife to give transcendental meditation a try. What I remember most about the class is that the instructors looked so happy and peaceful. They had an aura about them and I wanted that. Throughout the class, they talked about how to 54 livingfromtheinsideout. Have more peace and harmony, regardless of what was going on, and the incredible ways having such inner calm can change your life. After listening to them, I realized I don't have to wait until I have enough money or have great health. I had chronic nasal congestion back then. My wife and I had just moved to Colorado and didn't have jobs or money, and I wanted to rid myself of this pervasive belief that all these outside things, like jobs and money, had to come together before I could be happy. I later learned there's a name for this kind of thinking: the arrival fallacy. We're conditioned to believe that achieving our goals and hitting all the social benchmarks of success will make us happy, though that's not always the case. There is no plateau at which happiness is everlasting, and there's no level of success at which everything becomes easy all the time. Once we reach one goal, the target moves, or we want something else, and we're presented with a whole new set of problems. To keep striving for that elusive endpoint, especially at the expense of your relationships and spiritual growth, is to practice toxic success. We've likely all known someone, or several people, who on the surface seems to have it all, but deep down they're depressed and unfulfilled. Think about the rich, beautiful celebrities who develop addictions, have breakdowns, and suffer from extreme depression. The way celebrities are idolized and the way the public acts surprised when they're not perfectly happy is a perfect example of how we buy into the arrival fallacy and toxic success. The truth is that if your inner life is unwell, nothing is going to work. The trappings of success are all a facade that'll come crumbling at some point, and if it doesn't, attempting to hold. Meditation 55. Onto all that tension and stress to hold it together will slowly tear you apart. The way of the Spirit takes work, but when your external efforts start flowing from that place, you'll have a solid foundation. The inner work is what gives you peace, love, and joy. Surrender to the universal life force. That's ultimately what frees you from the rat race. It's not easy work, but it's a lot more beneficial than working your ass off in the outer world to get credentials, money, and material wealth that will ultimately not bring you happiness. If you build from the outside, you'll have a weak foundation, and as soon as you get dumped, get rejected, lose your job, or suffer other hardships that make it difficult or impossible to continue on your trajectory to the top, then you'll wonder who you even are. All material wealth and accolades can be lost, so if you hinge your identity on those metrics of social approval, you won't know who you are or what you want. These realizations about the purpose of life were what inspired my wife and I to attend the next Transcendental Meditation class. This next class lasted 2 days and there was a modest fee to attend, which I was happy to pay. Even as the truths about life were being revealed, it wasn't a singular, instant moment of enlightenment that made all these concepts known to me. Spiritual growth is never as easy as a single epiphany. So even after that first class, my whole world still consisted of what I could experience through my 5 senses. The difference is that now I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more out there and I had to find it. This new me was open to another way. The old me never would have even considered another way. At this next class, there were people there speaking sweetly and creating a relaxing atmosphere. They had flowers, candles. 56 livingfromtheinsideout. Incense and pleasant music playing. However, I judged the altar they had set up to be kind of wimpy. I defaulted to judgment because I was way out of my comfort zone. As the program progressed, they talked of the benefits of meditation. Even though I wanted to learn more about meditation, the chanting and singing made me feel uncomfortable. There was an initiation at the end of the program where we were asked to sit in silence until we were called. Then we'd have an individual moment with one of the teachers. Each student was given a mantra, which is a sound or word that you were to think of when you meditated. We were asked not to share that special mantra with anyone else. It sounded pretty out there to me, but I was open to giving it a try. My wife had a similar impression because she also had a logical, intellectual approach to life. We both thought it all strange, but did not share our mantras. Soon after that I purchased a book by a Maharishi, or Great Seer Guru, from Indonesia because I wanted to understand and logically discover meditation secrets while I was doing the practice. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is the founder of Transcendental Meditation, so I consumed his resources. I practiced meditation for a while and abandoned it as just another experience that didn't have much validity. It just wasn't the right time for me. I think the reason it didn't work back then is because I had an agenda. I was doing meditation to get something, and the way of the spirit rejects plans and goals in favor of the universe's timing for your life. I needed to meditate without attachment instead of thinking, okay, I've meditated, why am I not happy and peaceful yet? I needed to let go of my bad attitude. Meditation 57. I've learned that you don't do spiritual practices to get results. You do them because it's the way to develop more consciousness. You have to do it for the right reasons because that's the only way you'll get results. You can't meditate from an egocentric place and a desire for external motivations. You have to surrender to the universe, be vulnerable, and not be attached to any one particular result. Very few of us learn these things from the beginning. The challenge as we get older is realizing the things we were taught as children, even by well-meaning people who love us, often don't work. Later, in 1990, when my wife and I parted ways and the beginning of financial distress started for me, I was reintroduced to meditation both through this spiritual study group I was involved in and through Albert's program. I took it more seriously this time because I could see the difference it was making in the lives of those around me who had devoted themselves to spiritual study and personal growth. These students of the universe had peace and tranquility in their lives from meditating regularly, and I wanted that too. I took meditation seriously this time and began to faithfully meditate for 30 minutes a day. As the days went on, I could feel I was more centered and at peace. When I went to Sedona for the work with Albert, I had been meditating on my own for about a year and a half. It was a part of his program that I could easily incorporate into my life, which made the other things he asked me to do feel possible. For 10 years, meditation was a regular part of my routine, though I can't say I practiced every day. There would be periods when I wouldn't meditate for a month or more, even though I saw how beneficial it was. 58 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Around 2000, I decided that since I'd never had any formal meditation training beyond that short seminar in Colorado all those years ago, I needed to take a class. I thought if I knew how to meditate better, I could accelerate the benefits. At this time, I also had recently gotten a computer and been newly introduced to the internet, so I Googled professional meditation training and was surprised to learn there were a lot of options out there. That was how I found Vipassana Meditation. They had a nice website and offered several different programs with varying timeframes: 1 day, weekend, and some as long as 30 and 45 days. Their flagship offering was their 10-day silent meditation retreat. Volunteers ran the program, so there was no charge, but donations were welcome. Now this really resonated with me. There were 4 centers in the US at that time. The details about the program appealed to me, though the schedule was brutal. You arose at 4 a.m., started your first meditation at 4:30 a.m., which lasted for 2 hours, had a break for a meager breakfast, then meditated again. It wasn't the silence I worried about, but the 10 hours of meditation each day for 10 days. I thought it would be too hard, so I kept dismissing the program as unattainable. But it kept nagging at me. Though I knew it wasn't going to be a comfortable experience, I kept returning to the website. Finally, in the spring of 2000, I found a program in Dallas that ran in September and October. I'd been meditating at least 30 minutes a day, so I made the commitment, albeit reluctantly, to put in an application to attend the program. As I waited for their decision on my application, I felt a combination of anxiety and excitement. On the one hand, Meditation 59 was thinking, I know I need to do this. But on the other hand, I was thinking, maybe they'll say no and I won't have to do it. On any personal growth path, if you have a coach or mentor or someone guiding you, their job is to keep you out of your comfort zone because there's no growth if you're too comfortable. So you have to have at least a little more excitement than anxiety or fear to keep moving. That's where I was. I kept trying to avoid that retreat, but I kept coming back to it, so I knew that was what I was supposed to do. Within 30 days, I got word that my application had been accepted and I was going to do the program in the fall. I was looking 4 or 5 months down the road and my logical mind said I must prepare. It's like a marathon runner who is only running a few miles per day but as the event approaches, needs to increase the mileage. I planned to gradually increase my time so I could comfortably meditate 2 to 3 hours per day. As soon as I made the decision to increase my meditation stamina, I stopped being able to meditate. The next day, I couldn't meditate, nor the day after that. A week went by and I couldn't meditate. I was coming up with all kinds of excuses not to. Even as much as I wanted to meditate and knew I needed it, I couldn't help resisting. This went on for 4 or 5 weeks where I didn't meditate at all. This is how our ego works. We make a commitment to something that creates transformation in our lives, and the ego gives us all kinds of excuses and reasons that sound logical as to why we should not make the change we need to make. 60 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. The way of spirit is hardly ever logical, convenient, or easy. It usually makes no sense at all. That's why the way of spirit is 180 degrees from the way of ego. I was resistant and kept arguing why I should not, could not, would not do the meditation program. Fortunately, I had been on this path of personal growth for long enough to realize that the resistance meant I really needed to do it. That I must do it. I decided to let go of my agenda and just show up and see where that led me. However, I was still unable to meditate. From spring to fall, I don't think I was able to meditate once. As I made the reservation for the plane ticket, I was thinking, what a waste of time and money. I probably won't even last a day. I flew into Dallas and people from the retreat were there to welcome us. There were about 30 people in attendance for that first day of orientation where the rules were laid out. Women and men were separated for living quarters, dining and meditation. There was no communication throughout the whole 10 days. Any other practice you're accustomed to discontinued for the duration of the retreat, including phones, books, music, and exercise. They did have a walking area if you had some free time. They didn't even want you to make eye contact with others. A bell was rung every morning at 4 a.m. for us to rise. I figured out quickly that I needed to use the alarm on my watch to rise at 3:45 a.m. to use the bathroom before it got busy. I sought the comfort of a routine, something to ground me in this space with the day ahead. I was used to sitting cross-legged on the floor, but it took several days to find a position on the floor that didn't hurt. I was thankful for the little cushions they provided. Meditation 61. Spending 10 hours a day meditating was probably the hardest thing I'd ever done, mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. In the Vipassana tradition, practitioners start meditating every morning at 4:30 a.m. and meditate about 2.5 hours. There is something about the early morning hours that feels magical. It really is the best time to look inward. And yet, I wanted to quit every day. At night they would play a 1-hour recording from S.N. Goenka, a yogi from Burma, now Myanmar. It was amazing how hearing his words of wisdom gave me the exact motivation I needed to get through the day. I was stressed because prior to arriving at the retreat I didn't have a clue what the living situation was going to be like. The retreat center was a converted house and there were 10 men in one room with hard, uncomfortable bunk beds. There was one bathroom with one shower, one toilet, and one sink, all for 10 men, and we weren't allowed to talk to each other. We couldn't communicate to decide how we were going to arrange taking turns in the bathroom, so we just had to figure it out. We were given 3 healthy meals a day, though they were bland and meager. I was used to my space at home with many rooms and several bathrooms. I was used to comfort and being able to eat and drink whenever I wanted throughout the day. I cooked the flavorful dishes I wanted, not mediocre dishes someone else prepared for me. I also found that even with prior experience meditating, nothing prepared me for having to sit still for so long. If you're doing a long meditation, you start feeling like bugs are crawling on you. My skin prickled and it felt so real at times that I'd look 62 livingfromtheinsideout. Because I couldn't believe there wasn't anything crawling on me. I'd sit cross-legged for 10 hours a day, though we wouldn't meditate for all 10 hours at a time and usually broke the meditation up into 2-hour periods. I had to figure out how to get comfortable. Several days I couldn't sit still or shut off my thoughts. In short, this retreat center had none of the comforts of home and was a true test of my endurance. I realized a few days in that they had set it up this way intentionally to trigger the ego in all these areas. That's part of the deal, forcing you to confront your ego. You have to surrender fully to the spirit to keep the inconveniences from getting in your way. I wanted to quit every day, yet right before we went to bed, we'd go into the meditation hall and they'd play Goenka's recordings. Every time, without fail, his recording addressed what I was feeling that day. Goenka made me feel like I could keep going. One day at a time, one moment at a time. When the program concluded, we had an opportunity to talk to the others who'd participated. I heard the term, old students, and didn't understand what it meant. Some people were in their 30s and 40s and were being addressed as old students. I later learned that old students were people who had done the 10-day program at least once before. There were some who had done it 5 or 10 times. Meanwhile, I thought, my God, I don't think I could ever do this again. I decided to continue the Vipassana practice when I returned home. I got up every day at 4 a.m. and meditated for 2.5 hours. It had a tremendous effect on my life. I was calm, focused, and in the zone. I have to tell you, getting up at 4 a.m. wasn't easy. I'm more of a 7:30 a.m. kind of riser. I could never. Meditation 63. Wake up naturally before then. But I must admit that waking up early to meditate, despite the inconvenience and resistance, made my day so much better. I got more done with less effort, I had more energy, and my thinking was clearer. I was going to bed regularly at 10 p.m., sleeping about 6.5 hours, and still I had plenty of energy for my day. After a year, I got lazy and found it too hard to continue at this pace. I changed the schedule to meditate an hour in the morning at 6:30 a.m. and an hour in the evening before bed. Then I omitted the evening and just spent an hour in the morning. Over the course of 5 years following the retreat in Dallas, I altered my routine for meditation several times and reverted back to my 30 minutes a day routine. After 15 years, I found I was meditating less and less. I would miss a day here and there, and before I knew it, I wasn't meditating anymore. It wasn't a conscious decision to quit. By January 2005, I had gotten out of the real estate business and was fully committed to coaching. I asked myself, why don't I see the need to meditate anymore? That was when I realized my daily life had become a meditation. I was focused on my activities and the work I was doing, and I had many periods during the day where I would sit quietly and do nothing. It wasn't a formal meditation, though it seemed to fulfill the same need to recenter myself. If you've meditated before and, like me, it didn't resonate initially, perhaps you weren't ready for it at that time. You may have a regular routine already that accommodates meditative activities, or maybe haven't found the meditation practice that works for you yet. To help, I'll show you how I introduce 64 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Meditation to people who have never meditated before or have tried it unsuccessfully. There are many different types of meditation to choose from, since some form of meditation exists in every spiritual practice. Some options are guided meditation, music meditation, walking meditation, breathing meditation, and mantra meditation. I have clients just focus on their breathing in my 12-week program. In teaching meditation for several years now, I've noticed there's a common misconception. People have this idea that they must have a completely blank mind and can have no thoughts for the duration of the meditation. That's not necessary. Even people who've been meditating for decades don't keep their minds blank for the entire time. The purpose is to be present and totally focused, observing how hectic your mind can be. Don't try to fight or resist intrusive thoughts, just observe them. The point of a mantra in the mantra meditation, the music in the music meditation, or simply focusing on your breathing is to keep you present in the moment. If you find yourself easily distracted, you may like Vipassana meditation, which focuses on body sensations. While you're sitting there, you pay attention to your body. Do you have an ache? If so, focus on that. When it dissipates, move to the next thing. Focus on whatever sensation you have in your body. If you don't detect any, keep scanning. When your mind goes off on a tangent, you gently bring it back to focus. You may need to try a variety of meditation types before you find the one that's the best fit for you. Try committing for small periods at a time. See if the investment of time is giving you the benefits, like clarity, energy, and insights in your personal and professional life. First thing in. Meditation 65. The morning is the best time before you get caught up in the news, your phone, or the plans for the day. In my 12-week program, I encourage everyone to start with 10 minutes the first week, then 15 minutes the next week, and by halfway through the program, everyone is up to 30 minutes a day. Try to shoot for 30 minutes a day for 30 days. If you reap some benefits, you may want to continue for another 30 days, or indefinitely. When you wake up, go to a designated place without interacting with others. Let your family know in advance that this is your time, what you are going to be doing, and that you don't want to be disturbed for these 30 minutes. You can set a soft alarm to end your meditation. It's best to have a soft sound because you can get into a deep place while meditating without realizing it, and a sharp sound can be like a clap of thunder. Sit with your spine straight, either cross-legged on the floor or in a straight-backed chair with your feet flat on the floor and your hands in your lap. Many prefer to have their palms facing upward, but whatever is comfortable to you is fine. Once you get into position, close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Don't worry about doing any special breathing techniques at first. Just pay attention to your breathing, in and out, the rhythm, the strength, and whether it is coming from your nose or mouth. Just concentrate on your breathing for 10 minutes. It's amazing how hard that can be in the beginning. Every time your mind wanders elsewhere, Return to your breathing. The only wrong way to do meditation is to not do it. If you sit there for 10 minutes and you feel like your mind is doing a marathon, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It takes time to quiet the chatter down. If you increase your meditation time by 66 livingfromtheinsideout minutes per week, after 5 weeks, you'll be at 30 minutes. If you try 30 minutes a day for 30 days, you'll have enough information to determine whether meditation is something you want to continue to do in your life. I had a meditation practice for 14 years and it made a huge difference in my life, and at some point I think it may be a practice I will reintroduce to my life. That's one of the beautiful things about meditation. Even if the timing isn't right in this moment, you can always come back to it. Chapter 5. Journaling. Journal writing, when it becomes a ritual for transformation, is not only life-changing but life-expanding. Jen Williamson. M. My first experience with journaling was when I did the program with Albert in 1992. I had a 3-month commitment to journal, meditate, pray every day, and go to at least 3 12-step meetings every week. He didn't give me a lot of direction about how to journal, but said I should write something every day. I bought a notebook and every day for the first few weeks, I basically wrote a log of what I did each day. It was cerebral and boring, especially since most of my days consisted of waking up early, meditating, having breakfast, and going to work. When I had my weekly sessions with Albert, we didn't even discuss the journal, so I wasn't getting feedback on what I was writing. It was something I had to figure out for myself. I journaled every day for a year and a half. It took me 4 to 6 weeks to figure out the daily log wasn't a beneficial, purposeful. 68 livingfromtheinsideout. Use of my time. I realized if I wanted to get more value from journaling, I needed to focus on what I was feeling, what was uplifting and what was dragging me down. I finally understood that I needed to journal to outline what in my life I was enjoying and decide what I wanted to spend more time doing and what I wanted to avoid. The journal would help me figure out how I could get more effective results in areas that were important to me, namely, my list of priorities. By writing things down, I got clarity. For my clients, I ask them to journal about specific things that they're struggling with. Journaling on a specific struggle forces you to bring awareness to that particular area of your life, and you may be surprised by what the journaling process reveals. When we write things down, we're more focused on what we're doing. Even knowing you're going to be writing something down makes you think more about how you act and what you do during the day. That's how journaling raises your consciousness. In 2007, the 12-week program I created was developed as a result of some work I had been doing with a client. I incorporated journaling as one of the foundations of this course. There are many variations of journaling, just as there is meditation. My definition of journaling is a written record to serve some purpose. In the beginning with Albert, I was recording my daily activities such that I was essentially keeping a time management journal. For some, a time management journal might be helpful if they wanted to know where their time is going and how they might be able to better spend it. Some people keep a food journal or an exercise journal to help them better track and improve habits relating to those activities. By journaling about specific things. J. Erneling 69. You become more aware of what you're doing and it enables you to see where you might want to make changes. In my 12-week program, the journaling component is custom designed for each client. What I ask them to journal on depends on what they're going through and what they joined the program to get help with. For example, if a person has weight or health issues, even though I'm not a nutritionist or expert in this field, I ask them to include everything they're eating and drinking each day as well as the times and why they are doing it. This would constitute a food journal to some degree since their focus will be on what and why they're eating. If a client is feeling stressed and finds they're constantly running out of time to accomplish what they need to do each day, I'll ask them to keep a time management journal. I'll suggest they make notes about how much time they're spending on meetings, projects, watching TV, meals, exercise, family, etc. For clients who have a lot of anxiety, frustration, sadness, or depression, I'll ask them to note throughout the day what things, people, or events are eliciting that response. Try taking 15 minutes in the evening to do your journaling. Knowing you'll have to write about feelings and actions related to the issue you want to clear, you'll become more conscious of what you're doing throughout the day that impacts that issue. That's the initial consciousness jolt. Sitting down in the evening to record what has happened over the course of the day allows you to get a different perspective on those events because you're reflecting. That's how writing things down takes you to another level of consciousness. From there, I'd encourage you to read what you've written out loud, even if it's just to yourself, because that takes your reflection to a whole new level of consciousness. 70 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Clients in my program read aloud to me, though it can also work if you have a trusted friend you feel comfortable reading your journal entries to. You'll be surprised at the insights you'll gain when you are focused on journaling with intention. If you decide to try it, get a notebook exclusively for journaling. Think about the challenges you're having and what you would like to change. A common misconception about journaling is that once you start, you have to keep going for the rest of your life. But for a food journal, for example, it may only require a couple of weeks to discern your habits, reasons behind the eating or drinking, and where you can change your behaviors. Another important aspect of journaling is to be completely, brutally honest. Journaling can only work if you do it without judgment. You need an honest, objective look at what is going on because that's where the power is. If a certain negative feeling comes up a lot during the day, journaling will make it apparent. To make any type of change, you first have to become aware of it and understand how patterns appear in your life. You may have harmful habits that you don't even realize you have. There's no limit to the types of habit tracking and journaling you can do. Want to drink more water to stay hydrated? Keep a journal on it. Having trouble getting your finances in order or struggling to save for a big expense? Track your spending in a journal to get clear on where your money is going. The only limit is your imagination. Writing daily wasn't easy for me. Verbal communication is my strength. Writing may be easy for you or it may not be. Regardless, if you can stay with it for a week or two, you'll get some revelations. J. Erneling 71. So that first step is awareness and the next is implementation of the actions needed to change. How are you going to do that? For some things, you may make the changes on your own if you're self-motivated. However, and in my own experience, you may need someone to keep you accountable and offer non-judgmental feedback. Big changes can be made if we work at living from the inside out. Chapter 6. Reading. Reading is essential for those who seek to rise above the ordinary. Jim Rohn. I wasn't much of a reader growing up. My parents weren't big readers, so they didn't encourage me to be. I don't know if my dad ever read a book after his college years, and my mother usually only read the newspaper, magazines, and the occasional book. I did the required reading for school, but most of my time was spent in sports and goofing off until I went to college. Because I was smart, I didn't have to put a lot of effort into making A's and B's. Even in graduate school, I was doing what I had to do to take care of academic work, but really I was playing cards, shooting pool, and playing sports. I was far more interested in intramural tennis, softball, and football than books. When I realized I'd have to do something to make money, that's when I got into real estate. Books were the last thing on my mind. When I first arrived on campus for college, I wandered around figuring out where everything was, and I found the library. 74 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Couldn't recall ever having been to a library other than the one in my high school. I remember entering the doors of the Auburn University Library and being amazed at all the different materials on every topic imaginable. Any subject I was interested in was available at my fingertips. For the first time, I was inspired to read. From that day on, I was a reader. After college, in 1974, while we were in Colorado Springs, I continued to read nonfiction and science fiction, as well as other novels. There was so much I wanted to read and there wasn't enough time to read it, so when I came across a class on speed reading by Evelyn Woods, I signed up. The idea of reading much faster and bringing my comprehension up in the process was appealing. Think of all the many more books I could read. I convinced my wife that we should both take the course, though we later found out that it was mostly just tests where it appears you were simply turning the pages, and when you reached the end, you were asked to take a quiz to see how much of the information you retained. When I got into the real estate business in the mid-70s, my reading was focused on business, financing, and all areas of the industry. However, in the 90s, my reading took a turn from head-centered to heart-centered material. The first 46 years of my life I read to quench the thirst of the ego. Since then, my reading has changed to topics about personal growth, consciousness, energy, different types of healing, diets, health, and spirituality. I use reading in my 12-week program to expose people to different concepts, ideas, tools, techniques, and exercises to benefit their personal growth. You can certainly get this. Eating 75. Info through YouTube, webinars, and in countless other ways. Nevertheless, in my program, I feel reading is vital to develop a yearning for knowledge for personal and spiritual growth. Plus, reading requires you to disengage from the outside world and fully immerse yourself in the book, so it has a meditative quality. Near the end of this book, you'll find a more comprehensive list of books I use in the program. I handpick 4 or 5 books for each client that I think will benefit them the most based on their unique needs and struggles. Additionally, here are a few books I would recommend to everyone. Any of these books has the power to change your life if you read it and do the exercises within. The Dark Side of the Light Chasers. Reclaiming Your Power, Creativity, Brilliance and Dreams by Debbie Ford. This book has a great explanation of the shadow side. The shadow side is basically the ways we judge other people. There's a difference between judging and observing. Judging is when we observe something and we apply a charge to it, positive or negative, while observing is simply noticing. We can find the shadow within us, which is mostly of a negative nature, though it can go both ways, through our awareness. If you can notice qualities you admire in a person, then you must have those same qualities within you, though they may manifest in other ways. Conversely, if we judge someone for being a bad person based on their qualities or habits, that same level of negativity must exist within ourselves. For example, if someone is late all the time and we judge them harshly for that, then our shadow side may not manifest as us being late, but it may be that we don't keep appointments with. 76 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Ourselves. As long as you're looking for something outside to be the way you think it should be so you can be happy about it, then you've got inner work to do. Ask yourself, why do I need this person to behave differently to feel good and stay positive? You have to go within to see where you're manifesting the judgmental behavior, find it, and do the work to heal it, so you can be at peace. When you do that, the judgment and the negative behavior it creates disappears. The things that are aggravations to us are ways of shining light on where we need healing. Addressing our shadow side is how we begin to take responsibility for our own lives. If you blame other people and keep a list of their wrongs, you don't have to take responsibility. But as soon as that person is out of your life, if you haven't done any inner work, then a different frustration shows up. When we're fired up on someone else's negative behavior, it's because we have a similar behavior within ourselves to overcome. The healthy way to deal with this is not to project on the other person or blame or criticize them. That doesn't mean the behavior is acceptable or that they don't need to change. We don't have to condone the behavior, but as long as it upsets us, we need to look within ourselves. Let's go back to the example of being late. It may irritate you that your friend is always late for anything you've scheduled together. You may be a person who's always on time when you make appointments with people. However, you may have a repressed issue you don't want to acknowledge about not being able to keep certain commitments, or perhaps you procrastinate. Maybe it happens when you schedule things for yourself to exercise or meditate. Examples where only you benefit and you are eating 77. Don't have to worry about what anyone else thinks. These are things nobody else knows about but you. Doing work on one's shadow side is necessary to become healthy and whole, because once we heal something within ourselves, and someone does that behavior, we can observe it instead of judging it when and someone does that behavior. Going back to the example of the importance of punctuality, say that whenever someone is 5 minutes late, you feel angry, disrespected, and frustrated. If you've done work on your shadow side to understand what brings out this response, then when people are late, you won't get upset about it, you'll simply observe it. From there, you can start using discernment. If someone is chronically late, don't make plans with them where it's important they be on time. Or if you choose to make an appointment with them, accept that they might be late. Deciding to accept that possibility ahead of time will help keep you from resisting it or feeling frustrated when it happens. Or, if punctuality is important, you can communicate ahead of time that if they're late, you'll leave without them. Discernment, boundaries, and communication are essential here as well. If you want to explore your shadow side and how to deal with that, this book can change your life. Living in the Light, A Guide to Personal and Planetary Transformation by Shakti Gawain. This was the first book I read to help connect to my intuition and learn to trust that small voice within me. If you're having trouble listening to your intuition or even wondering whether or not you have one, this Shakti Gawain's words will point you in the right direction. 78 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. This book has exercises to help you get the most from it, so you'll need to stop and do the exercises when you come to them. Don't give in to the urge to skip them. They helped me understand there is intelligence beyond my mind that I can tap into. You can too. Loving What Is. 4 Questions That Can Change Your Life by Byron Katie. I use Byron Katie's The Work in my 12-week program. She teaches that when our thinking is out of alignment with reality, we create negative emotions. If we think someone should be on time or think someone should do this or that, the wish to control the other person's behavior is where the stress and strife come in. Anytime there's a should or shouldn't in our thinking, it's an indicator that our thinking is out of step with reality. This creates annoyance, frustration, and other negative emotions that are a toxic drain on your energy. Here again, when you accept reality, it doesn't mean you approve of it, or that's the way you want it to be, or that you can't make changes. In fact, when you accept reality, you have more clarity moving forward, so you're better equipped to make the changes you want to make. You can ask yourself if there is something you're willing or able to do about that which upsets you. If you are able and willing, take action from a place of peace. If you're not willing or able, accept the situation as it is. Byron Katie gives many examples and exercises throughout the book, so do the exercises to get the full benefit. Using this process, you can get to a point where things can happen and you don't create negative emotions as a result. Eating 79. Why People Don't Heal and How They Can. A Practical Program for Healing Body, Mind and Spirit by Caroline Myss. There are people who are always having some problem or another and can't seem to find a solution. They seem to try everything, but to no avail, spending years in the same circular, unproductive patterns. This book explains why that is, how it happens, and ways to change it. Caroline's teachings apply to patterns in emotional health, physical health, relationships, business, and more. This is a fantastic book for understanding how things work and identifying destructive habits in the physical, spiritual, emotional, and psychological realms. Facing Codependence. What it is, where it comes from, how it sabotages our lives by Pia Mellody. Nearly all of us have some degree of codependence, though most people don't know it and therefore can't understand the havoc codependence is wreaking in their lives because they're unaware of their codependent emotions, behaviors, habits, and thought patterns. This book explains codependence, how it happens, why it happens, how you can identify codependent tendencies in yourself, and how you can change them. The Biology of Belief. Unleashing the Power of Consciousness, Matter, and Miracles by Bruce H. Lipton. Bruce Lipton is a researcher who, years ago, made a revolutionary discovery: scientific evidence of how our beliefs and thinking affect our physical being, emotional state, relationships, and everything else about our lives. He was an atheist before he LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT started his research on what is now called epigenetics, though as his research progressed, he completely changed his belief system. There is a river. The Story of Edgar Cayce by Thomas Sugrue. This book is a biography of Edgar Cayce, as told by a good friend of his. Edgar Cayce was an uneducated country boy, a devout Baptist who read the Bible yearly and taught Bible school. Today he's known as a Christian mystic who, throughout his life, dispensed spiritual wisdom and medical advice based on information he received after going into trances. Known as the grandfather of the New Age, Cayce helped usher psychic practice and clairvoyance into the mainstream. Answers about the Afterlife. A private investigator's 15-year research unlocks the mysteries of life after death by Bob Olson. Bob Olson was an investigative reporter and private investigator for nearly 2 decades. As such, he was a logical, intellectual thinker, a fellow very much in his head. In his 30s, his father died suddenly at the age of 57. They were close, so his father's passing raised a lot of questions about the purpose of life and death. In this book, Bob puts his investigative skills to work, spending much time and money to get answers, which he shares in his book. These 8 books are a good starting point. Consider a regular routine of reading 30 to 60 minutes a day or listening to audiobooks. Any one of these may be your holy book. Even if it's not one of these, I encourage you to find motivational material that challenges and inspires you. Eating 81. I hope you'll be open to investigating different belief systems rather than thinking you are right and others are wrong. When you're open to hearing what everyone believes, you can come to an educated conclusion. Don't let authority be your truth, but let truth be your authority. The way to get to your own truth is by experiences and contemplating. Thus, you find what works for you and you can live from the inside out. Chapter 7. My 4 basic techniques. To own your own happiness, you must be willing to free yourself from the past and the stories that no longer serve you. Terry Karyala. B. Y 2001. I had been back in the real estate business for about 5 years and had paid off all my debts, but my credit was ruined. I was 56 and thought by then I would be financially independent. Despite that, life was good. I was working about 12-15 hours a week in real estate and spending the rest of my time doing what I enjoyed. I had been a vegetarian for about 7 years and was active, happy, and in good health. In December of that year, I was at a family Christmas party. My sister had met a fellow from California named Shad Mashad who was originally from Birmingham. We'd actually gone to the same high school, though he was a year older than me, so we never hung out together. I did know of him and his family since they were also Lebanese, but I hadn't seen him in 40 years. 84 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. We reconnected at the party and got to talking about what we had been up to in previous years. He had a degree in psychology and was a counselor in the Vietnam War, dealing with all the emotional turmoil and addiction issues people in a situation like that face. He was in a helicopter accident before he left Nam and had his own demons to face. Like many of the vets who returned, he was understandably upset and disenchanted with the war and how vets were treated. At the time I met him, he'd been operating a nonprofit foundation called the National Veterans Foundation in Los Angeles for about 25 years. He was always looking for more effective ways to deal with vets' needs. The VA is horrible in the way they treat veterans. Shad worked with the VA for a while in the 70s and he saw how broken it was. Vets weren't getting even the most basic services they needed. That was his motivation for starting the foundation, which helps with housing, clothing, mental health, or whatever else vets might need. Mostly, the foundation helps vets navigate through the bureaucracy and red tape to ensure they get the benefits they're entitled to. Prior to us meeting, he was in this industry and was always looking for better ways to deliver services to people. He was especially interested in learning anything that improved his counseling knowledge, which is how he found thought field therapy for the mental and emotional aspect of his work. When he found out I was interested in energy healing, consciousness, and mind-body connection, he excitedly told me about TFT because he knew it would resonate with me. He was a TFT trainer and felt I should take a course on how to use it. However, my cup was already full and my life was going so well that I didn't even consider learning a new skill at the time. MYF Our Basic THNI QUES 85. I was in my comfort zone and was content to stay there. I was doing Reiki, massage, ear candling, and was in a couple of study groups, so it wasn't on my radar to do anything new, especially when I had to travel to participate in the class. But he was excited, so I listened to what he had to say, even though I had no intention of looking it up. For the entirety of 2002, Shad would call me whenever he was teaching a class in Kansas City, St. Louis, or wherever he was going to be. He probably called 4 or 5 times to invite me. I just blew him off. I really wasn't interested and it was becoming annoying. In January of 2003, I got another call from Shad. He said, "Don, I know you're a homebody and don't like to travel or stay in hotels. Here's the deal. I'm doing a class in LA at my office for a weekend in February. My home is 5 minutes from the office, and you can stay with me. The class is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can come early and stay late so we can hang out. I really think you need to do this." He was persistent and I could feel his passion for thought field therapy, so finally chose to accept his invitation. I went with few expectations. I reasoned it wasn't a big investment since I liked Shad and would enjoy hanging out with him even if the class was useless. There were around 20 people in the class, all mental health professionals except for me. Shad talked about how to use TFT, which is tapping on the pressure points and energy meridians in the hands and upper body to clear any misaligned energy. Then we started using it on each other. The class was hands-on, experiential, enlightening, and I was pumped. The 86 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Most insightful thing happened on the first day when he talked about the cause of negative emotions, which is our thinking, not what happens to us. It was an epiphany for me. I'd never before heard it explained like that, and the truth in the statement spoke straight to my heart. Once you identify the cause of your negative emotions, the bigger question is, what do you do about it? Shad showed us using TFT, this seemingly silly practice, but you could see the results happening in real life. As participants tapped on their negative emotions, you could visibly see them going from angry to frustrated to calm as they worked. You could watch the negative emotions dissipate in just a few minutes. After seeing TFT in action and experiencing it for myself, I was a believer. The whole weekend was enlightening, plus it was inspiring due to the fact that I was staying with Shad. This guy had been in Nam, had a psych degree, been through the worst of the worst, and I spent a week in his home talking to him and learning from his wisdom. It was powerful. He changed my life. If not for his class, I don't know what I'd be doing today. Even so, when God told me I have to do this full time, I thought, what the hell? I thought TFT would just be another thing to add to my toolbox, not a major part of my coaching business. My ego said I couldn't make a living with this. Even though I heard the call to do life coaching with a focus on TFT full time, I put it off. I kept adding to the list of excuses I had for not answering that call. I had no background in mental health or psychology. I was making a lot of money in real estate without working very many hours. All the energy work I did was on the side. Sometimes I got paid for it, sometimes I traded, and sometimes I did it for MYF, our basic THNI QUES 87. Free. The income was inconsistent at best, so I never thought I'd do energy work professionally. But I trusted my spirit enough by that point to know that if I didn't listen, I'd regret it. I didn't expect the class to totally change my life over that short weekend, yet TFT answered so many questions I had about emotional and mental healing and how to heal from trauma. TFT helped me understand why something that may have happened years previously could still be creating suffering for someone as if they were right back in it when they recalled the memory. The more I thought about it, the more my inner guidance insisted that I was supposed to leave real estate and become a coach full-time, which would include teaching TFT to my clients. So I got to work. I started by sharing TFT with mental health professionals in Birmingham because I wanted to find people who were already dealing with people's problems since I didn't yet feel confident enough in my ability to guide others through TFT. I knew some mental health professionals from my time in the various 12-step programs. So when I got back to Birmingham, I was excited to share what I'd learned with them. I knew it would revolutionize their practices because I'd seen firsthand that thought field therapy was the answer to addictive personality traits and trauma healing. However, when I presented TFT to my mental health professional friends, I got one of two responses. Either, something that simple can't possibly work for heavy emotional problems, or, if it works as well as you say, it'll ruin my business. Their lack of enthusiasm and trust was discouraging. Roger Callahan, a traditionally trained psychologist, was the developer of TFT. Before he died several years ago in his mid-88 livingfromtheinsideout 80s, he had a PhD, practiced in Beverly Hills for about 25 years, and developed TFT in his 50s based on the Chinese meridian system and kinesiology. He wrote books about TFT's history and how he came upon this discovery. In my opinion, if all Callahan ever did is come up with these 15 algorithms for addiction, phobias, anxiety, depression, grief, etc., he should get a Nobel Prize. It was a laborious process of muscle testing to see which acupressure points were indicated for an issue. The concept of muscle testing is that our consciousness knows everything, so if you have a question about something your body already knows the answer. A practitioner will have you hold your arms out and push on them to establish what your weak and strong arms feel like. Then the practitioner will ask questions, and whenever the arm doesn't go down, it indicates a strong resistance, so that's a muscle point to tap. It takes a lot of work at muscle testing to be accurate, and it's majorly abused. It took countless hours of research and hundreds of patients for him to learn what muscles and meridian points needed tapping on to make someone feel better. Callahan was a trained psychotherapist, so he always questioned everything and thought there was a better way to do therapy. He initially discovered TFT accidentally because he had a client who had a phobia of water so strong that she had trouble taking showers. She said something like, "When I think about being near a pool, I get a knot in my stomach," and he remembered that the meridian under the eye was connected to the stomach, so he had her tap there and she was healed. This got him thinking about a problem and tapping somewhere that would fix the problem. MYF Our Basic THNI QUES 89. After working with hundreds of patients with the same emotional issue and finding the same sequence of tapping points for that issue, then it was considered an algorithm. If the issue didn't clear after using the algorithmic tapping, muscle testing would be done again. In TFT, you have 14 different test points and 14 different treatment points, or acupressure points. For any issue a person has, there's a specific sequence of points you can tap to help them. It's just a matter of knowing where those points are. For the first year I used TFT, I didn't know the term energy psychology, or anyone else who used the tapping method, other than Shad, who taught me. I got books, tapes, and manuals about TFT and spent hours studying and learning the algorithms. When I initially got back home from California, I let all my friends know I was offering free sessions to perfect my use of this method. So for 60 days, I offered free 1-hour sessions for any issue they were dealing with. During that time, I had about 30 to 40 people come for a variety of issues, like food cravings, phobias, anxiety, and anger. For most of these issues, I had algorithms. For issues I didn't have algorithms for, I used muscle testing. When I get interested in something, I want to learn as much as I can about it. And before I started charging money for it, I wanted to see results. After 60 days, I was confident that I could get results. Nonetheless, I still had no intention of doing this full time, and I was still ignoring the voice from the class that told me I was meant to share this work. I assured myself that it would just be a good part-time endeavor. People would be served by getting relief from their issues, and I enjoyed doing it. Why shouldn't that be good enough? 90 livingfromtheinsideout. Of course, when I decided to offer TFT to the public, the little ego voice said things to discourage me. You're not a mental health professional. You are going to have people you don't know coming to you with all sorts of issues. How can you possibly feel you're capable of doing this kind of work? Fortunately, By then, I knew to trust my intuition. Whenever I meditated and asked about clarity in doing this, the guidance I received was I just needed to show up and be present, and I would be guided on what to do. That first year was unbelievable, and the results were life-altering. I did have questions come up, specifically about whether it was necessary to go through all these different algorithms. Although you could teach a client the algorithm for a particular issue, they couldn't use that same tapping sequence on other issues because it was too specialized. I started wondering if there was a better way. After using TFT for a year, I saw an ad in an Atlanta New Age magazine. A psychologist was advertising thought field therapy, and I was thrilled there was someone nearby who I could actually talk to about TFT. I called her, and as it turned out, she was an expert in energy psychology. She'd originally started out as a research psychologist and had gotten into clinical work 10 years prior. She'd been introduced to TFT 3 years before and told me there was a 4-day regional energy psychology conference in Atlanta in the spring. I couldn't wait to buy my ticket. Just connecting with other people who did this was exhilarating, plus there was the possibility of being introduced to other techniques besides TFT. I was one of 200 people attending the conference. There were main sessions for everyone, and smaller, breakout. MYF Our Basic THNI QUES 91. Sessions to learn techniques like Emotional Freedom Technique, Tapa's Acupressure Technique, and more. There were a lot of people who practiced a lot of different things. Mental health pros, social workers, psychologists, and more, all coming to learn about things. At that time, there were a dozen different modalities. I came knowing about a couple of things and left with a buffet of knowledge. I was like if you love eating ice cream but you've only had vanilla. You might love vanilla, but then someone introduces you to chocolate, strawberry, and peach, and you suddenly have more options because now you know what all is possible. I went to several different sessions, but the one that really resonated with me was Emotional Freedom Technique, EFT. As a former mathematician, I'm interested in results, so I stick to what's effective and what's easiest to teach. After experiencing the cornucopia of modalities the conference had to offer, EFT felt like the best fit. When I got back to Birmingham, I immediately dove into studying EFT. Gary Craig developed it in the mid-90s. At the time, he had 6 different sets of DVDs, which is around 80 hours of material, including hours of watching him teach classes with other top-level teachers and practitioners. He later came out with 3 other sets of DVDs, and I absorbed them all. I had over 100 hours of DVDs from the best of the best in EFT. I was so hooked I watched them 2 and 3 times. From my experience with TFT, using EFT was an easy transition. They're very similar, and in fact, EFT was developed as an offshoot of TFT. The difference is that where TFT has specific algorithms for each individual issue, EFT has one algorithm that works for everything. I don't know anyone who would use TFT. 92 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Over EFT today, since EFT is such an effective method and can be easily taught to clients. I currently use 4 techniques that are effective individually, but combined bring exponential healing to my clients. These are the Emotional Freedom Technique, EFT, Matrix Reimprinting, Tapa's Acupressure Technique, and a cognitive piece called the Byron Katie Work. I'll walk you through how I use each one and how you can use them yourself. The great thing about all these techniques is they not only get excellent, permanent results, but I can use them all with clients remotely by phone or video call. I knew more about my phone clients at the end of the 12 weeks of my program than nearly anyone in their lives, but wouldn't recognize them if I passed them on the street. These techniques have given me a powerful way to help my clients improve their lives in a way that feels safe and private. 1. Emotional Freedom Technique, or tapping. Using EFT is like editing a Word document. First you find the page, then you highlight the sentence or sentences where you would like to make changes. Then you push the delete button and the text is gone, so you can write something newer and better in that space. Deleting negative emotions can be just as quick and easy as that. The basic technique is easy to learn and can be taught in 15 to 20 minutes. I have do-it-yourself videos on my website at www.donmilton.net, I created these as if I was doing a session with someone with a particular issue. You can watch the video and quickly be able to do it yourself and get results. MYF Our Basic T Echny QUES 93. Practicing EFT is like learning a musical instrument. You can learn the basics within a few lessons, but it takes years to perfect your craft to the point where you can be called a master. I've been doing EFT for 16 years and used it for many clients, so although some might consider me a master, I do not. I'm a perpetual student, always striving to make improvement. You can start out with the basics of EFT, and if you want to go deeper, there are many advanced techniques, like EFT with choices, movie technique, borrowing benefits, surrogate tapping, and more. Gary Craig says, try it on everything. Clients get results by focusing on a particular emotion and rating the intensity level on a scale from 0 to 10, with 10 being the highest level. Then you go through a sequence of tapping on acupressure points where you say certain words to acknowledge the issue and say a positive statement at each acupressure point. The intensity of the emotion is measured after each sequence of tapping. Believe it or not, a person's negative emotional level can fall from 10 to 0 in a relatively short period of time. There's a story I'll never forget that serves as the perfect example of how this works. I was invited to Florida where some people were opening a wellness center. They wanted me to meet with them and discuss collaboration. None of them knew about EFT, so they had a lot of questions. There's nothing quite like having an experience, and until you experience EFT, you won't understand. So I asked for volunteers from this group of people who had done their inner work and were vulnerable. This one woman was quiet, and she seemed like she wanted to say something but wasn't sure if she should. Finally, she spoke up and said, "I've got an issue that I think I've dealt with, but even 94 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Though I've done work on it and I should be over it, it still nags me 30 years later." When she was 22 years old, she was dating a guy and their relationship was steady and serious. She thought they'd get married. One night they'd been out on a date and had been drinking. They'd had sex before and he'd been kind and gentle. But that night he got violent, raping her at knife point. He told her if she told anyone he'd kill her. As she told the story, everyone in the room could feel the pain she radiated. This woman was a licensed therapist and had been holding this hurt for 30 years. I worked with her for about 30 minutes doing EFT and she was a different person. What happens with traditional therapy is that people push down, repress, or learn how to manage better but don't address the root cause. That's why I love EFT. You get to the root and learn how to clear it quickly. There are certain phrases or scripts that get used consistently in basic EFT. Basic EFT doesn't necessarily require intuition, but skilled EFT is all intuition. For example, in basic EFT, if you have anger issues you want to resolve, you might say, "Even though I feel this anger, I love and accept myself. Even though I have this anger, I'm a good person. Even though I have this anger, I'm okay." The goal is to acknowledge the issue and say something positive about yourself 3 times. Then you would say the reminder phrase, which keeps you focused on the issue at hand. In this example, the reminder phrase would be, this anger, repeated. Basic EFT doesn't just work for emotional issues, it can work for physical pain too. Even though I have this headache, I love and MYF Our Basic T Echny QUES 95. Accept myself. Even though I have this headache, I'm okay. And so on. Skilled practitioners avoid using scripts in EFT because when you have a lot of experience, you'll be in tune with yourself and your client when you're doing a session. You'll hear your client's struggles and, through deep listening, know the right thing to say. Your client will think, "How did you know that?" And that was exactly what I needed to hear. Start with the basics, and when you start diving deeper into the experience, you'll know what to say. The words will come to you spontaneously and will feel natural. The most important thing is to focus on a specific event and a specific emotion in that event. Most events have multiple emotions. For example, something may have happened and you feel anxious, confused, disrespected, and disappointed. And each of these may have varying degrees of intensity. In that case, List each one and work on them from the highest intensity down. It's possible that tapping on one may reduce the intensity of all of them. Systematically observe and record the intensity after each round of tapping. Continue until each negative emotion is down to a 1 or 0. What I recommend to clients is to do what Gary Craig calls a personal peace procedure. You start by making a list of 75 to 100 events from your past that, when you think of them today, bring up negative emotions. You might think it's impossible to come up with that many, but you'd be surprised. For most people, there are a few negative emotions that continually arise throughout life, so think of events that are connected to each recurring emotion and write it down. Next, pick out some people in your life that constantly trigger negative emotions. It could 96 livingfromtheinsideout. Be a brother, sister, teacher, friend, parent, or anyone. Think of events with that person where you feel negative emotions. Once you have a sizable list, choose 1 or 2 each day and use EFT on the negative emotions with each of those events. Once you start clearing those, you'll recall other events, so write them down as well. As you start tapping on repetitive negative emotions, you'll find as you continue on your list that the negative emotion that was at a 10 when you recorded it has reduced intensity, or the negative emotion is gone altogether. Don't worry, you don't have to tap on hundreds or thousands of events. My 12-week clients routinely do this for 3 months, and afterward they've cleared off a lot of emotional toxins. It is a great way to use EFT. I went through Marianne Williamson's A Course in Miracles over a period of 1 year. Later, in 2004, I found Gary Craig and started listening to his EFT materials. Even though he never talked about A Course in Miracles, I picked up on the fact that he's a student. Several years ago, he confirmed it when he said all healing is from love and that's all you need, a teaching straight out of Williamson's course. This realization led him to invent a new technique called Optimal EFT. It's designed to heal any issue you have, mental, spiritual, physical, or emotional, by helping put you in a place of love in order to heal it. As a beginner, you may not get the same results as a professional. If a negative emotion seems to persist, I suggest you contact an experienced EFT practitioner for 1 or more sessions. The videos I created for DonMilton.net were to give people an inexpensive way to experience the power of EFT, though for the most benefit, I always recommend one-on-one sessions with a professional. MYF Our Basic T Echny QUES 97. The best way to foster mentally and emotionally strong adults is to raise children who have the tools and support to manage their emotions. Little children can use EFT to avoid building up emotional baggage that follows them into adulthood. EFT is perfect for the whole family. 2. Matrix reimprinting. This technique was developed by Carl Dawson, who was an EFT master. Gary Craig, while he was actively running his EFT website, had strict criteria for EFT master certification. I believe only 29 people globally ever received that designation, and Dawson was one of them. While doing a demo at an EFT workshop, he discovered this technique, which allows you to replace negative memories with positive ones so the negative energy from the traumatic experience will stop plaguing you. The basic concept of matrix reimprinting is that everything we have ever experienced has an energy consciousness hologram. Echo. In the universal consciousness. There's no concept of linear time in the universe. This means that the energy from every positive or negative experience you've ever had is still present in the universe, which is how those memories are able to continue affecting you long after the event has passed. That's why for traumatic memories and the resulting negative emotions, it's important to break that cycle of intrusive memory and replace the negative energy with a positive, empowering feeling. I learned about matrix reimprinting in 2012, then did my own experiments to see if it was really valid. I found that it is. It's simply a deeper way of using EFT. When I do matrix reimprinting, I have the client close their eyes and tune into a traumatic event. 98 livingfromtheinsideout. From their past. I ask them to visualize the younger self and ask them to step into that picture. They visualize everyone in that scene, putting everyone but the younger self on freeze. Then I guide them through the process of introducing themselves and asking permission to aid the younger self, echo. If the echo refuses, it ends there, though that rarely happens. Once we gain approval, I ask the client to explain the process of tapping to the echo and ask the echo what they're feeling. It sounds weird, but it works. The echo reveals feelings that may have remained hidden from the conscious mind. Once the negative feelings are listed and rated, I guide my client on the tapping process with the echo, so the real client in this situation is the echo. Once the echo feels at peace with the emotions in that situation, the matrix re-imprinting process is conducted. This reinforces love, peace, and safety, which allows the echo to heal. The whole process takes from 15 to 30 minutes. I read a book about how to use matrix re-imprinting before taking the certification and immediately incorporated it in my practice on the next 20 clients. Initially, I used EFT on their various issues and we reduced the levels of negative emotions in each case. Then I used matrix re-imprinting with each of them. Every time when they went into the matrix, the echo had high negative emotional intensity that were previously cleared with EFT. The echo also experienced other emotions that the client had not been consciously aware of prior to using this method. They all expressed that they got deep healing and felt so much at peace afterward. Clients ask how it works, but I don't know and I don't care. All I know is that it works, and by going through that process. MYF Our Basic THNI QUES 99. It connects you to a deeper level of your subconscious or unconscious where lasting healing can take place. 3. Tapas Acupressure Technique, TAT. This healing modality was developed in the early 90s by an acupuncturist named Tapas Fleming, who developed this technique for dealing with a personal illness. After her own success at healing, she started using this technique with her clients and they saw results. This technique doesn't use tapping and involves 8 different steps. At each step, you're holding certain acupressure points with both hands and focusing on a different statement. I use this if a client has an issue with lots of aspects to it, such as a messy divorce. You could use EFT for each aspect of the issue, but TAT addresses them concurrently. For example, I'd ask the client to rate the level of intensity of their divorce from 0 to 10. The client observes anything that arises without analysis or judgment. After 2 minutes at each acupressure position, the client states what they observed and I record this information. TAT can bring about healing, but I use it to identify key areas that are at the heart of their pain. 4. Byron Katie's The Work. This is a cognitive method of healing past and present emotional issues and preventing more baggage going forward. It doesn't involve tapping or holding acupressure points. Byron Katie's core work is outlined in her book Loving What Is, where she gives basic instructions on how to use it. The concept is that when we have thoughts that are different from reality, it creates negative. 100 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Emotions. Then these emotions go on to adversely affect our immune system, hinder our ability to respond compassionately to others, cause an accumulation of stress in our bodies, and more. And as much as these emotions cause problems in an outward way and affect our relationships with those who are on the receiving end, they ultimately cause more strife for ourselves than anyone else. The bottom line is that when you argue with reality, you only lose 100% of the time. A simple example of how Byron's questioning technique works is: imagine yourself looking out the window and seeing that it's raining. This upsets you because you've planned a day at the park with a picnic lunch, and looking out the window has you feeling negative emotions because you feel it shouldn't be raining. The forecast said it would be sunny all day, so it shouldn't be raining. Byron would ask you, is it true that it shouldn't be raining? And you'd answer with a yes or no. If you were to answer yes, she'd ask you, what is the reality? The reality is that it is raining outside, should and shouldn't have no bearing on the actual event. The thought that it shouldn't be raining is not in alignment with reality. Since you can't change reality, she would walk you through some additional questions to change the way you think about the reality so it doesn't bother you as much and you can be at peace. Her series of questions can also work for more serious issues, especially in relationships. Here's an example of a wife who has the thought, my husband should be more considerate. Client. My husband should be more considerate. Don. How does that make you feel? MYF Our Basic T Echny QUES 101. Client. Angry, frustrated, and neglected. I'm putting all this work into our relationship and it's not being reciprocated. Don. How does that affect your relationship with your husband? Client. It makes me feel resentful and annoyed. Don. Do you have a pretty good relationship otherwise? Client. I'd say so. Don. When you have feelings like this, whenever you feel angry, frustrated, disrespected, whether it's with your husband or someone else, do you think those feelings are useful for your mental or physical health or for your overall emotional state? Client. No, it makes me feel bad. Don. Having these feelings is detrimental to you as a person. Do you agree? Client. Yes. Don. Do you think it's your husband's behavior that's causing these feelings? Client. Yes. Don. Will you consider the possibility that his behavior isn't the cause? I'm not condoning his behavior, I'm just asking that we look at this objectively. Are you open to considering that it's the way you're thinking about his behavior that causes these feelings and not his actual behavior? Client. No. Don. Okay. Suppose that 10 of us were at my house and people drove in different cars. There's 6 or 8 cars out front. 102 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. And suddenly we hear a loud shattering sound like glass breaking. All 10 of us look out the window and see that someone has taken a rock and thrown it through the windshield of Bill's car. All 10 of us are experiencing this event, but do you think all 10 people would feel the same? Client. No. Because it affects Bill more directly since it's his car. Don. Is it possible that somebody in the group might not like Bill and they might even feel joyful that this happened? Client. Yes. Don. So you see that this one event experienced by 10 different people would create a whole range of emotions? Client. Yes. Don. So do you see that if the event was the cause of the emotions, then everyone would have to have the same emotions, wouldn't they? Client. Yes. Don. So what do you think is the cause of the different emotional reactions to this event? Client. It depends on how each person feels about Bill and whether it was their car. Don. Is it how they feel about Bill or how they think about Bill? There's a difference. Client. Is there a difference? Don. Can you give me an example of some feeling you have related to an event, a person, a meal, etc.? Any example of an emotional reaction about something that's not connected to a thought. MYF Our Basic T Echny QUES 103. Client. When I have my grandmother's mac and cheese recipe, I feel comforted. Don. So you have the feeling of comfort, but what are the thoughts connected to it? When you're having this mac and cheese, what are you thinking about? How nurturing your grandma is or how much she loves you. Why do you feel comforted? Client. When I make her recipe, it tastes like my childhood and how I used to stay with her every afternoon after school. Don. And those are thoughts, aren't they? Client. Yes. Don. So you have this event of making your grandma's mac and cheese and you feel comforted. Do you think other people who eat that same mac and cheese would also feel comforted? Client. Probably not. Don. Right. Some people may hate mac and cheese. Some people might not know the difference between your grandma's recipe and what they could make from a box. So eating this mac and cheese makes you feel comforted and you feel this way, but you've never thought about why you feel that way. Suppose there was a woman that whenever her grandma made mac and cheese, she got molested by her grandfather. What do you think she would feel when she was around mac and cheese? Client. Anything but comforted. Don. So are you beginning to see that it's not events that cause our feelings, but rather how we think about the event? Client. Yes. Don. I know this isn't easy, especially when it gets personal. Let's get back to your husband. You said you think he should be more considerate? 104 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Client. yes. Don. Your definition of what's considerate may be different than what his definition is. Have you had the experience of him doing something he thought was considerate but you didn't? Client, yes. Don. So right off, we've got the problem about even knowing what considerate means. Correct? Client, yes. Don. So you've got these stories about what it means for your husband to be considerate. And he may not even know what your stories are. Sometimes one partner will have a story about what the other partner should do to make them feel good and the other partner has no idea. Have you ever done something where you thought you were being considerate but your husband didn't see it that way? Client, yes. Don. So is it possible that he may be unintentionally doing something that you think is inconsiderate but he doesn't see it that way? Client, yes. Don. Would you like to improve that situation? Would you like to have the thoughts that your husband is considerate and he does care about you? Client, yes. Don. So there are a couple of steps to this. One is communication. That's a big piece. When your husband has done something where you feel he's not considerate enough and you're MYF our basic THNI QUES 105. Feeling angry, frustrated, and neglected, have you attempted to communicate with him from that place of having all those emotions? Client, yes. Don. How effective is that communication? Client, not at all. It usually ends in a fight because I was already riled up when we started talking. Don. That's normal, right? Think about when you do something different than what someone else thinks you should do and they're angry and frustrated at you. Do you feel open to a conversation or do you just want to defend yourself? Client, I'm on the defense. Don. Then wouldn't that be true for your husband if you approach him in the same way? Client, yes. Don. So we agree that 1. Having all these negative emotions is bad for you. 2. You're open to the possibility that events don't cause your feelings, maybe it's your thinking. 3. You can't have effective communication when you're all charged up. 4. You'd like to have better communication with your husband and you'd like to feel that he's considerate according to your definition. 5. He may not be fully aware of your definition of considerate. 6. And that for him to become aware, it would require some communication. Client, yes to all that. Don. Would you like me to show you a more effective way to have this communication? Client, yes. 106 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Don. The more effective way is going to be to go into the conversation without any of these negative emotions. Do you agree? Client, yes. Don. Will you consider the fact that you don't have to get any cooperation from your husband to relieve these emotions, that it's all up to you? If the client had said no, we'd go back to the mac and cheese example. The goal is to get agreement so the client understands that the way they've been doing things isn't effective, so they need to try something different. Client, yes. Don. So you have this thought, my husband should be more considerate. I'm going to ask you 4 simple questions. The first 2 are yes or no questions. In this particular work, when I ask you if something is true, I'm asking if it's in alignment with reality, not whether you like it or approve of it. Just consider whether the statement is in alignment with reality and is the truth of what's actually happening. So we have this statement, my husband should be more considerate. First question, is that true? Is that thought in alignment with reality? Client, no, because he's not currently being considerate. Don. When you have that thought, that your husband should be more considerate, you said you feel angry, frustrated, neglected, unappreciated. Correct? Client, yes. Don. If you didn't have this thought that your husband should be more considerate, would you even have these feelings? MYF our basic THNI QUES 107. Client, no. Don. We're not saying that your husband doesn't need to make changes. Maybe he does. Until you communicate about what you think is considerate and he's in agreement, we won't know where it goes. It might be that when you have clear communication without being charged up, you find he's perfectly willing to do these things that are important to you. He just doesn't know what you need. He may decide not to give you what you ask for. We won't know the answer until you communicate with him. Client: makes sense. Don: do you see how important it is that you not have your feelings in bondage to his behavior? Client: yes. Don: is it also clear that once you can release the thought that he should be more considerate, that you can have a better conversation and hopefully make improvement? Client: yes. And there you have it. Byron Katie's The Work at Work. Bear in mind that this example is of an isolated incident, so we're looking at this one issue in their relationship in a vacuum. Without knowing more about the client, this example works. In reality, this couple might need to get divorced. In any adult relationship, you choose to be there. As you go along, it may be that you realize you entered the relationship for the wrong reasons. One or both people have changed. Your reason for being married doesn't exist anymore, or there may be any number of problems. Divorce isn't a failure. It's simply a way to honor the highest selves of two partners who are better when they're uncoupled. 108 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. When I work with people, I want them to think about how life works. I guide them to think about what causes their feelings and realize they're in control of their feelings, regardless of what happens. For people who want to go deeper in their healing, the first thing is to understand that you're not at the mercy of things you can't control. If events cause feelings, how often is it that things actually are the way we think they ought to be? If we didn't have the freedom to choose our attitude, we'd be disappointed all the time. Once we're at peace, we're in a better place to muster the strength to change what needs to be changed. Can you have peace, love, and joy as a quadriplegic? Can you be miserable as a billionaire? The answer to both is a resounding yes. That's emotional freedom. In the example above, it's not the situation or event that's causing these negative emotions. It's the thought that her husband should be more considerate. This doesn't mean she approves of his inconsiderate behavior. However, once she eliminates negative emotions about her husband, she'll have more clarity on how she can better communicate her needs to him. She might ask herself, is there anything I can do about this? If she is able to do something to change the situation, the next question would be, am I willing to take the needed action to change the situation? The answer to both of these questions must be yes if real change is to happen. If the answer to one or both questions is no, she would need to accept things as they currently are. Once you do this work several times, you begin to recognize that every time you place should or shouldn't in a sentence, you're setting yourself up for negative feelings. These negative emotions are toxic to your physical, mental, and emotional health and to those around you. MYF Our Basic Technique QUES 109. Together, these 4 techniques work wonders. In my 12-week program, using these techniques, along with meditation, journaling, reading, and accountability, lives are transformed. It's a wake-up call to the fact that a person's thinking is the cause of all their problems. Once they can look clearly at their thinking, get in alignment with reality, and use boundaries, communication, and discernment, they can establish healthy relationships and be a healthier person overall. Practicing these healing modalities regularly will help you have peace, love, and joy despite what's going on in the external world. If you wait for the outside to bring you that love, peace, and joy, you may be waiting forever. Focusing on your internal world, the only thing you can truly control, puts you in the driver's seat of your life and is the key to living from the inside out. Summary: a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lao Tzu. I hope what I've shared in this book will resonate with you. As I always say, don't believe anything you hear, but be open to having your own experiences and finding your own truth. I've found that acquiring knowledge is useless if you don't match it with real experience. What I've seen over the last 30 years of my journey of personal growth is that many people get involved in accumulating knowledge but don't often come full circle with applying it consistently. They read, go to study groups, talk about it, and on, but fail to take action on all that knowledge. Others apply what they've learned in areas of their lives that are comfortable for them, but they're unwilling to get out of their comfort zone to do the hard work. They don't apply the universal concepts in every area of their lives. The challenge is, as a starting point, to commit to something. First, commit to learning basic EFT and experimenting with that for a few weeks. Then add meditation and commit to a period of time, perhaps 3 months. If you have never meditated before. 112livingfromtheinsideout. Start with 10 minutes a day and build up to 30 minutes a day over several weeks. In the previous chapters, I talked about how to journal, meditate, and the value of reading. You can explore any of the tools outlined in this book, but the key is to commit to one or more things for a long enough period of time so you can see some benefit from it. As you see progress, it'll encourage you to implement other tools that will add to your peace, love, and joy. My experience as a client and a coach has taught me the importance of accountability. A coach gets you out of your comfort zone, holds you to your stated goals, and gives you guidance when what you're doing doesn't seem to be working. There are many types of good coaches: life coaches, fitness coaches, business coaches, emotional freedom coaches, and all can be done remotely. You're not limited by where you live. I work with a limited number of people individually and in group programs. You're always welcome to contact me through my website www.donmilton.net. The key is to take action and have some experiences. In the remaining pages of this book, I've listed resources I recommend to provide you with options to explore. I appreciate you taking the time to read this book, and I'm thrilled you're open to making changes to take your mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual worlds to the next level. I wish you well on your journey of living from the inside out. Epilogue. W. While this manuscript was being edited, my wife Faye suggested I write a book of stories from my childhood and beyond to leave for my children and grandchildren. I told her I remember these stories as they occur to me in a conversation, but I didn't think I could remember them otherwise. However, as Faye started listing off many of the stories she's heard me tell over the years, they began coming to me by the dozens. I wrote them down as I would think of another one, and started to record these stories for when Faye is ready to put them down on paper. I thought how this book came about would be another good story. We pieced together what happened, and she said that would make a good epilogue. I agreed, since it illustrates so well how being in the flow and following your intuition really does work. In fall of 2019, I was interviewed by my friend Clarissa for her podcast. It was a refreshing impromptu interview about my life and work, and afterward she said, "Don, you should write a book." Many clients over the years have said the same thing, and I always had excuses. I'm not a good writer, I'm a slow typist. Basically anything I could say to avoid actually putting my accumulation of knowledge and experiences into a book. But Clarissa insisted and told me she had a friend in Nashville who's 114 livingfromtheinsideout, a writer and editor who could help make it happen. It sparked something in me, and I made contact with her friend, but I was overwhelmed by the proposal that she submitted to me after our conversation. It seemed like a large project, more than I wanted to take on. I'm a problem solver, so I began thinking about how I could do this without doing the actual typing. I decided to make audios and someone could transcribe my recordings. There was a woman in Birmingham who had done some pamphlets and other small jobs for me in the past named Nabella. She wasn't interested in transcription and required a written document to work with, but in that conversation she suggested I take an upcoming class at the University of Alabama at Birmingham on creative writing. That wasn't appealing to me at all. I wasn't interested in writing fiction. I simply wanted to communicate clearly and help others by sharing my hard-won wisdom. I contacted Paul, a friend in New York City who has a publishing company and had published a small cookbook for me in 2010. He suggested an editor he uses, and she agreed to do the book, though she was concerned about the logistics of receiving the recording, downloading it, and transcribing it. Nonetheless, I began the process of writing down the outline of the book and getting myself organized to record the first chapter. While I was working on that, she contacted me and said that it was out of her comfort zone and didn't want to do the project. I was hitting a brick wall and worried that the people I'd reached out to so far didn't understand my vision and goals, or how important this book would be to me and my readers. I finally caved and decided to look up the class Nabella suggested I attend. It was an 8-week course starting in January 2020, and I was the Epilogue 115. Only man in the class with 10 women. They were good writers and storytellers, and keen on being there. I kept thinking, what the hell am I doing here? A thought I realized from writing this book comes up every time I'm pushed out of my comfort zone and into a zone of growth. I thought the same thing when I met Albert, when I was at the meditation retreat, and at several of the classes on energy work I took, yet time and patience proved that I was exactly where I needed to be, even if I didn't know it then. I finished the creative writing course but didn't feel any more able or willing to write this book. Meanwhile, my wife was watching this process unfold. Faye writes blogs, and I finally asked her if she would transcribe my recordings for this book. She said that idea had occurred to her as well, so it appeared that the universe was leading us to that solution, to another divine appointment. It was now February 2020, and we came up with a plan to set aside several hours a week until the first draft was complete. I recorded each chapter, and Faye would listen several times to transcribe as best she could. By late May, we had the whole document on paper. Then we sat down to review it, smoothing out some rough spots and giving it a kind of flow. Then we reviewed it again by reading it aloud. So now, I needed someone to edit the manuscript, format the content, and create a cover to upload on Amazon for Kindle Direct Publishing. My friend AC, who wrote the preface, recently published a book called Corpeelers. I asked if he could get his designer to do the cover for me, and he agreed. Next, I explored 3 options for an editor. I contacted Nabella, found someone on Fiverr, and 116 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Asked the teacher from the creative writing class, Audrey, if she could recommend someone. Audrey's referral was Mandy Shannara. I sent Mandy an email with a copy of the rough draft and asked for an estimate of time and cost. She responded promptly, and from the tone of her email, I felt she was the person for the job. We scheduled a video call to discuss details, and after the call, she was hired. So many people and situations conspired to bring this book to life. This demonstrates a universal law about paying attention to messages, listening to your intuition, then taking action repeatedly with no attachment to the results. So the players in this project were Clarissa, Nabella, Audrey, Paul, AC, Faye, Mandy, and the designer, Fareed. When I saw the cover design that we chose, I told Fareed that I would buy the book just for the beautiful cover, and meant it. And Tarun, who formatted the book, is responsible for putting all this work together in the form you're reading it in now. Mandy has done an excellent job of presenting the essence of my message in a manner that keeps the flavor and substance while making it read much more smoothly. AC has been a great support throughout the process and put together the final pieces to get the book completed and uploaded to Amazon. Every part of this book has been a collaborative effort with a team who were all doing what they love, and hopefully you can feel the love in every part of this book. I also hope you'll feel inspired to listen to what the universe might be telling you to create. Listen and follow that call. Even if you hit blocks along the way, they're only detours. Bring to life what the universe is asking you to do. You'll be glad you did. Epilogue: How my 12-week program began. They always had a passion to know the truth and what is real. My life took a big turn in the early 1990s as a result of divorce and major financial problems. The divorce was friendly but still very sad and frustrating for all of us. The financial problems began with a downturn in my investment real estate brokerage business and were severely escalated as a result of getting into a $45 million hospital investment as a minority partner with some guys who were not of the highest integrity. This led to a long legal battle that cost me lots of money with no good results. I felt like a victim for several years and had lots of anger, resentment, frustration, and other energy-draining emotions about this situation. The good news is that these problems set me on a course of exploration that has totally transformed my life in ways I could never have imagined, and led me to a place of reality and truth far beyond my wildest dreams. Since 1992, I have spent over $100,000 and 20,000 hours in seminars, classes, study groups, reading books, listening to tapes, watching videos, and spending time with people who have opened up my world in amazing ways. I began working with others on a part-time basis using some of my newfound skills about 12 years ago and found I really 118 livingfromtheinsideout enjoyed it, and that people were improving their lives as a result of what I shared with them. This was much more satisfying to me than closing a deal on an apartment complex. I've been able to help people overcome unhealthy patterns and destructive ways of thinking, creative blocks, grief and depression, phobias, and even physical pain. I could tell you about the wonders my clients have experienced, but it's best if you hear it from Tad, a longtime client. In his own words, "I'm 52 years old and my wife and I own a financial planning firm. I found Dawn as I was researching personal growth and self-healing. I was originally looking for info on EFT and trying to find a practitioner that did one-on-one sessions because I'd been struggling with anxiety over the last couple of years. I'd never had or dealt with anxiety until we started our business about 10 years ago, though the anxiety wasn't just about the business. It was general anxiety about a lot of different things. If you've never experienced anxiety, it's hard to understand what it is. Everybody feels anxious at some point and they tend to associate it with stress. But real anxiety is feeling fearful all the time for no reason. Your mind will try to find things to attach the fear to, which could be your business, relationships, health, or even benign everyday things. When I went to do the first session with Don, I noticed that he radiated this sense of peace. He was relaxed, which helped me relax. That's good because EFT is weird at first. You feel goofy and silly doing it and you're thinking this can't be real, but you do it a couple of times and you realize it has an impact. The more you do it, the more it becomes exponentially effective. Don warned me that his 12-week program would be a lot of work. He said I'd have to go deep in my mind and really consider what's Epilogue 119. Driving my thought patterns and behavior. I signed up because I believed if I could get rid of my anxiety, I'd be able to handle the stress that pops up in life without it taking me out. I wanted calm, and you can't put a price on that. Anxiety was dominating my life and it was affecting my focus, my ability to be present with my family, and sucking the joy out of life. My wife saw my anxiety, so I asked her to do the program with me. She and I have done a lot of personal and business coaching, and we always do these programs together, so we're experiencing the same things and growing in the same way. I've spent a lot of money on coaching over the years, and I've never spent $1 on coaching that I wish I had back. Whether personal or business coaching, the strategies and teachings were extremely beneficial to my business and family. If I had to add it up, I've spent at least $100,000 on coaching over the years. I believe in hiring people who have knowledge and a skill set I don't have and that I know will be beneficial to me. I would absolutely call Don's program life-changing. I'm actually still in the middle of it. I did the 12-week program and wanted to go even deeper, so we worked out a 6-week extension. The biggest thing for me is that it's had a big impact on my anxiety. If it was a 10 before, it's a 1.5 now. I'll still have an anxious episode every now and then, but it's nothing like it was before. Another big benefit has actually been really examining how I view things, why I do things, and why I think of things in a certain way. I've had behavioral patterns my whole life that haven't been serving me. I have a cycle of letting my temper get the better of me, then I feel guilty. I wanted to break that cycle and Dawn helped. I started this for the EFT, but the reading and journaling in 120 livingfromtheinsideout. On one sessions with Dawn have had a huge impact on my behavior and how I see the world. While my behavior is driven by my own choices, I, like everyone, have these triggers where I end up repeating these behaviors even though I know logically and intellectually that you don't have to do that. Your emotions kick in and they take over. So a great benefit I'm getting from the class is how I can consciously choose my behavior so I have more control over my life. I cannot imagine where I'd be right now if I hadn't met Dawn and I hadn't chosen to do this program. I'm choosing to do this program for the benefits I've already received and will continue to receive. As long as you're open and willing to do the work, you'll get results beyond what you can imagine. Seeing the profound changes in my clients' lives after we work together is rewarding for both of us. I finally committed to my current profession of life coaching on a full-time basis in January 2005, and it has been a thrilling ride since then. I began by doing single sessions or blocks of sessions with people who were having some physical or emotional issues. The results were incredible, though I often felt that people were only just getting relief from the problem that was at the forefront of their mind and stopping before really getting at some of the other core issues. In 2006, I was guided to develop a 12-week program for a client who had done about 10 sessions over a 5-month period and kept having to come back for new problems. This new 12-week program got blockbuster results, including several breakthroughs for her. I realized how powerful the combination of techniques were in conjunction with the client doing some customized, one-on-one work and being held accountable for 12 weeks. Epilogue 121. This program saves people years of aimless wandering and many thousands of dollars. It will totally transform your life if you do the work. This is high-level, deep, empowering personal growth that will lead you to a happier and more joyous life. For my 12-week program, the first step is forgiving other people. The last step is forgiving yourself. Who should consider doing the program? This program is for people who meet any of the following conditions and are serious about wanting to change their life. 1. You feel stuck, frustrated, and tired, and don't know what to do. 2. You have chronic physical problems, like aches, pains, and fatigue, that seem to resist healing, regardless of what you do. 3. You have emotional distress that causes you to have low energy, a foggy brain, anxiety, or general depression. 4. You have been diagnosed with something like fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue syndrome. 5. You want to have more fun, energy, and passion in your life. 6. You want to develop new ways of thinking and behaving that will open you up to new possibilities, help you connect with your deepest desires, discover who you really are, become who you've always dreamed of being, and literally change your life. How does it work? The process incorporates techniques and truths that I've learned in my extensive, decades-long search for effective methods of 122 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Healing mind, body, and spirit. Most of the techniques used in this program can be taught to the clients in a way that empowers them to take charge of their own healing. In working with a variety of clients over the past 15 years, I've been able to distill an effective method of identifying a person's core issues, illuminating how those core issues manifest in blocks and discomfort in the person's life, and showing them how to use tools in an experiential manner to change patterns that keep them stuck, frustrated, and prevent them from achieving their goals and dreams. This process shows you how to find the problem and gives you tools to correct it in a way that lasts and becomes a habit. Imagine cultivating a positive default response to stressors that puts you in charge of your energy, wellness, and future. The 12-week period is critical to develop these crucial habits of change by using the tools in real-life situations. The process consists of specific readings, daily journaling, learning to quiet and tame the mind, and simple techniques to relieve emotional distresses from the past and present. My role is to facilitate your healing and guide you through this process at a pace that works best for you. Your commitment is one 90-minute session with me each week, either in person or by phone, and to do your daily exercises. You should figure about 90 minutes per day for this part, and it can be done scattered throughout your day. Although you may think you're busy and you don't have another 90 minutes in your day to do anything else, you'll discover that by doing your work each day, everything else will go more smoothly. Think of the time you spend worrying over the stressors in your life and imagine being able to have that time. Epilogue 123. Back. What would all those minutes, hours, days, years, even decades, mean to you? What price would you put on having the energy of future stress reallocated into something more positive, like becoming your best, happiest, and healthiest self? The 90 minutes a day spent working through the program will help you accomplish more with less time and effort, as well as have more peace and fun in living your life. The logistics of the program: 1. Journaling. 2. Meditation. 3. Reading. 4. Emotional freedom technique. 5. Coaching. 1. Journaling. The journal is a key ingredient and a powerful tool to reveal trends, issues, strengths, weaknesses, joys, and deep pain. It allows you to reflect on your day and put words to the thoughts and feelings that both trouble and elate you. It will allow us to see patterns and beliefs that run in your life and guide us in eliminating the ones that no longer serve you, as well as strengthen the ones that serve you well. You will be writing in this journal every day. If you only write in the journal once each day, then it is best to do it in the evening before going to bed. Just reflect on your day and express your feelings and thoughts without editing or being concerned about your grammar or style. This is about your healing and not about winning an essay contest. 124 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. We will usually start each session with you reading what you have journaled since our last session. This journal is strictly confidential between us. You need to feel free to express everything that comes up without fear of judgment. 2. Meditation. The purpose of the meditation is to become aware of how active our minds are on a constant basis. It is a way to tame the mind and help one get in touch with that small, still voice within each of us that knows our truth. There are many different and valuable meditation techniques. If you are experienced in one you like, use it. Otherwise, I'll show you a simple method that uses your breathing as the focal point. It amazes people how difficult it can be to just sit still and breathe with intention for 10 minutes. 3. Reading. Reading texts in spirituality, psychology, and self-help were the foundation of my personal awakening. The words of these teachers and seekers will help you see that you're not alone on this journey. Nothing about this is abnormal or strange, and that people have been asking themselves for thousands of years the same questions you've been asking yourself throughout your life. I've selected several books for you which will expound on some universal laws and principles in ways that may be new to you. The books are thought-provoking and helpful tools for exploring your essence. Some of the books contain exercises that may be emotional, and it's possible that deeply hidden truths and Epilogue 125. Suppressed pains will rise to the surface. We'll work together on those when they come. Strong emotions being revealed is a crucial part of the healing process. We'll discuss what you're reading and learning together so you can better process the feelings and apply the wisdom in a lasting way. 4. Emotional freedom technique. This simple practice is an effective way to quickly release emotional distress from the past or present. We will use this, as appropriate, during our sessions each week on particular issues. I will also teach you some basic techniques that you can use for many different issues on a daily basis. Most of my clients incorporate this as part of their lasting emotional health practice. 5. Coaching. As your guide and facilitator for this 12-week program, I'll work with you to get the most from the journey. I'll share from my life experiences and learning in this field in a way that supports your process. I'll help push you out of your comfort zone to free you from dysfunctional thinking and old emotional baggage. One of my jobs is to make sure you're using the tools in the way that most benefits you and supports healthy lifestyle changes. Therefore, I'll be your non-judgmental accountability partner, meeting with you weekly as you work through your growth assignments. Not every tool will serve you. Simply take what feels true and right and make it your own in a way that resonates with your inner truth. 126 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Benefits of the program. 1. Congruence. You'll have a clear focus of your priorities in life, and your thoughts, words, and deeds will fully support these priorities. A congruent person is aligned with what they most want and is therefore able to follow through. Being in congruence ensures you'll get better outcomes and be in flow in all aspects of life. 2. Discernment, boundaries, and commitments. When you're clear on who you truly are and what your heart most desires, you'll be able to tap into your inner wisdom to make decisions and avoid problems that arise when you find yourself in situations that don't feel like a good fit for your values, gifts, and talents. You'll be able to set strong, healthy boundaries around your energy, time, wellness, and overall well-being. You'll be able to weigh commitments against what your intuition is asking of you and communicate your needs honestly. When you combine discernment, boundaries, and commitments together, you'll be able to handle life's inevitable stressors with grace, clarity, and perseverance. Life's problems will no longer leave you feeling down and out. 3. Accepting reality. The world loves to tell us what we should, want, and should be doing with our lives. Accepting reality and tuning in to what you want might sound like common sense, but if you've been plagued by the shoulds of the world, you know it's not that easy. Epilogue 127. If you can really incorporate this one concept fully into your life, being able to accept reality without resisting, which invites stress and anxiety, will give you boundless freedom and peace. When we have persistent thoughts that something should be different than it is, it creates negative feelings. All negative emotions are an energy drain on your system, and a buildup can cause mental and even physical problems. The Serenity Prayer addresses this succinctly. Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. When we learn to accept reality, we manifest real personal power and agency. 4. Codependency. Do you find yourself constantly taking care of others, but never having time to take care of yourself? Do you sacrifice your dreams, goals, will, and desires to benefit others, then question whether they're really grateful for your sacrifice, or even deserve it? Are you always the one your friends and family go to when they want advice, but they never seem to return the favor? If so, you might be codependent, and it's warfare on your mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual health. Codependency is a common affliction and is prevalent in every dysfunctional relationship. Throughout this program, we'll take a look at what habits, attitudes, and modes of thinking you have that contribute to codependency, figure out to what degree you are codependent, everyone is at least a little, and decide how best to reframe and refocus the mindsets that contribute to stress. 128 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. In your relationships, you'll learn how to break free from the cycle of codependency and enmeshment and lead a more joyful life that honors your truest self. 5. Addictions. At the heart of every addiction is the need to escape. Often, the need to escape comes from inner turmoil and negative feelings surrounding external stressors and conflicts. Imagine if you could master control of your reactions so you could effectively handle any negative experiences, rather than feeling compelled to run toward an unhealthy substance or behavior. Addictions don't just mean drugs, alcohol, and cigarettes. It also includes persistent food cravings. Weight issues are associated with food cravings, which are often about seeking emotional comfort or nurturing through foods that aren't actually nourishing to the body. Food cravings can be dealt with powerfully and permanently with no discipline or willpower needed. We'll use some techniques that can instantly change your beliefs. Furthermore, permanent weight loss involves more than just food cravings, so we'll address the issues regarding body image and underlying sabotaging beliefs that cause people to yo-yo diet. Addictions of all types can be addressed and dealt with in the context of this program. Most people do have one or more types of addictive behaviors. Codependency is a common one. Addictions are a way of dealing with negative emotions, and once these emotions are cleared, then the addiction no longer feels necessary. Epilogue 129. 6. Toxic success and PTSD. The world teaches us that success, especially the type of success that leads to material wealth, is the key to happiness. But if you've achieved the kind of riches society values, you probably already know that it doesn't change how you feel inside. Even after all you've gained, you might still feel lonely, distant from those you love most, and cut off from your sense of self. This is toxic success. Toxic success is a particularly dangerous and destructive life pattern. Dangerous, because it weaves a web of entrapment that almost always results in a perfect storm of personal chaos in relationships, career, and health. It has been present in more than 70% of my clients over the years. We'll work together to determine if you're suffering from toxic success and, if so, the degree of severity. Everybody has some form of PTSD, and contrary to popular belief, you don't have to be in a war to get it. Post-traumatic stress disorder is created when someone has an experience, and based on the experience they create stories about what things mean that cause them to have emotional issues. These emotional issues, stemming from the experience in question, go on to affect their life and relationships in adverse ways. The main things I use for PTSD is EFT, matrix reimprinting, and TAPA's acupressure technique. All of these things work together to allow someone to create new stories about what happened. I've worked with a number of women who have been brutally raped, which is a huge trauma. The goal is to be able to take the mental anguish and stress out of the memory of the event. You don't forget what happened, though, when you eliminate the 130 livingfromtheinsideout. Emotional charge. You can remember what happened without the pain. Often, people with emotional problems don't know about these techniques. If they do anything, they tend to go to the doctor, who sends them to a psychiatrist, and they get medication. But medications treat the symptom. It doesn't deal with the actual issue. 7. Personal or sports performance anxiety is pervasive and ultimately counterproductive in getting the results you seek. Even with abundant talent, intelligence, and experience, people who suffer from performance anxiety find that their talent is rendered inaccessible by their overwhelming mental and emotional blocks and negative self-talk. The words you say to yourself in the privacy of your mind matter. They have a lasting impact on every action, reaction, and interaction you experience. This program allows you to recognize and identify the deeply ingrained negative self-talk that you likely didn't even know was there. By getting to the root cause, these belief systems can be uprooted and replaced with healthier, more positive and loving aspects of the self that enhance your natural abilities. You'll perform better, with ease and enjoyment rather than stress and burden. 8. What is your business and what is not? There's wisdom in the saying, mind your business. But it only works if you can properly identify what is your business and what is not. So much strife comes from wrongly believing another. Epilogue 131. Person's actions and decisions are within your control when, in fact, they're not. Consider all the time, money, and energy that you spend trying to fix people or issues that you don't have the power to fix. Learning what is your business and what is not will make a huge improvement in your ability to access inner peace. 9. Emotional baggage. Learning how to clear emotional baggage can only have lasting benefits if you also learn how to prevent the accumulation of it in the first place. That's why you'll learn some powerful techniques that allow you to quickly and effectively clear the emotional baggage from the past and show you how to avoid accumulating more going forward. 10. Meditation. Sitting in the stillness of your soul is a great way to calm and center yourself each day. A regular practice of only 15 to 30 minutes a day can make a big difference in your stress levels, decision-making abilities, anger management, and relationships. 11. Journaling. Intentional, guided journaling allows you to gain insights and see patterns in your life that you may not otherwise see. This, combined with the many emotional health techniques you'll learn in this program, will help you continue your wellness journey long after our time together has concluded. You'll have the tools to make the changes you want as a result of identifying them in 132 livingfromtheinsideout. Your journaling. Knowing yourself and having the knowledge to give yourself what you need in any given situation is the key to lasting change. 12. Cycle of creation. Your beliefs determine how you think, which determines how you feel, which determines how you behave, which determines the results you get in life, which then reinforces the belief. This cycle is running 24/7 in your subconscious and basically runs your life on autopilot. You'll learn how to identify core beliefs and change the ones that no longer serve you. 13. Alignment and connection. Over 80% of all issues related to physical health are caused by stress. Recognizing the connection between your physical health and your emotional health by learning how to manage stressors will improve both areas of your well-being. You'll learn how to enhance your physical health by clearing negative emotions. 14. Proper responses to life's curveballs. You don't have to have the weight of the world on your shoulders. Other people's problems aren't necessarily yours to take on. We'll discuss the difference between serving, helping, and fixing and show you how to know which is called for in any given situation. You'll be able to show up in the way that's most aligned with your truest self and set healthy boundaries to maintain your own health and happiness in a way that's respectful and honors the highest good of all involved. Epilogue 133. Those who choose to do my program tend to be those who have been involved in personal growth already and desire to go deeper into what the root causes of recurring roadblocks and issues are. Working through a certain issue or feeling, whatever it might be, may be an impetus to getting into the program after they have seen the effectiveness of a session relating to that issue. Many of my clients have been struggling for years with anger, anxiety, grief, and addiction. They have tried numerous conventional methods of treatment without success and are amazed at how quickly they can get results from these techniques. These people genuinely want to get to the root of their challenges, not just band-aid the symptom. The 12-week program is transformational and requires a serious commitment. The program can be done in person, by phone, on Skype, or any combination of that, and you'll get the same excellent results. I have done the program with some clients where we only communicated via phone and I never even knew what they looked like and would not recognize them if I passed them on the street. If you're nervous about sharing your story or having to look someone in the eye as you open your heart for healing, this program can be suited to your needs and comfort level. I did my own intensive personal growth program in 1992 with a coach who assisted me in totally transforming my life forever, and the techniques I have today are even more powerful, with faster results than what I experienced. If you're ready to get started, I'd love to meet you. Head on over to https://www.donmilton.net/12-week-program/ and we'll work together to change your life. Resources: donmilton.net, Byron Katie, Corpealers.com, Bruce Lipton, Deepak Chopra, Alex Lloyd, Dawson Church, Joseph Maricola, Gary Craig, Caroline Miss, Tapas Fleming, Nick Ortner, Debbie Ford, Eckhart Tolle, Shakti Gawain, David Wilcock, Joel Goldsmith, Marianne Williamson. Book list: Loving What Is, 4 Questions That Can Change Your Life, Byron Katie. Fit for Life, Harvey and Marilyn Diamond. The Dark Side of the Light Chasers, Reclaiming Your Power, Creativity, Brilliance and Dreams, Debbie Ford. Living in the Light, A Guide to Personal and Planetary Transformation, Shakti Gawain. My Ego, My Higher Power and I, Jerry Hurstfield. Meditation, a simple 8-point program for translating spiritual ideas into daily life, Eknath Easwaran. The Power of Now, A Guide to Spiritual Enlightenment, Eckhart Tolle. Siddhartha, Hermann Hesse. The Game of Life and How to Play It, Florence Scovel Shinn. The Force, Stuart Wilde. Forgiveness in Jesus, The Meeting Place of A Course in Miracles and Christianity, Kenneth Wapnick. 138 LIVINGFROMTHEINSIDEOUT. Your body's many cries for water. You are not sick. You are thirsty. Don't treat thirst with medications. F. Batmangej. The Road Less Traveled, A New Psychology of Love, Traditional Values and Spiritual Growth, M. Scott Peck. Handbook to Higher Consciousness, Ken Keyes Jr. Actualizations, You Don't Have to Rehearse to Be Yourself, Stuart Emery. The Kingdom Within, The Inner Meaning of Jesus' Sayings, John A. Sanford. Death, Taxes, and Other Illusions, Arnold M. Patent. Why People Don't Heal and How They Can, A Practical Program for Healing Body, Mind and Spirit, Caroline Miss. Toxic Success, How to Stop Striving and Start Thriving, Paul Pearsall. Creativity in Business, Michael L. Ray and Rochelle Myers. Facing Love Addiction, Giving Yourself the Power to Change the Way You Love, Pia Melody. Facing Codependence, What It Is, Where It Comes From, How It Sabotages Our Lives, Pia Melody. The Intimacy Factor, The Ground Rules for Overcoming the Obstacles to Truth, Respect, and Lasting Love, Pia Melody. Sacred Selfishness, A Guide to Living a Life of Substance, Bud Harris. BUKL East 139. The Rock Warrior's Way, Mental Training for Climbers, Arno Ilgner. The Infinite Way, Joel S. Goldsmith. Biology of Belief, Unleashing the Power of Consciousness, Matter and Miracles, Bruce H. Lipton. Beautiful Boy, A Father's Journey Through His Son's Addiction, David Sheff. Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor E. Frankl. The Field, The Quest for the Secret Force of the Universe, Lynn McTaggart. Be Here Now, Ram Dass. Essence of Reality, A Clear Awareness of How Life Works, Thomas Narer. Money and the Meaning of Life, Jacob Needleman. Embracing the Beloved, Relationship as a Path of Awakening, Stephen and Andrea Levine. There is a River, The Story of Edgar Cayce, Thomas Joseph Sugrue. Answers About the Afterlife, A Private Investigator's 15-Year Research Unlocks the Mysteries of Life After Death, Bob Olson. A Course in Miracles Made Easy, Mastering the Journey from Fear to Love, Alan Cohen. The Inside Out Revolution, The Only Thing You Need to Know to Change Your Life Forever, Michael Neal. The Relationship Handbook, A Simple Guide to Satisfying Relationships, George Pransky.